Da, 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 da. Ba-ba-dum, ba-bow, bow, da, da, bow. Huh. Bam, good to go. Rain expected to end this evening, and then a hurricane's coming through, so I don't necessarily believe that. And they just tend to lie to us about the rain all the time. So, you know. Okay. Bam. Got my waters. I got my this. What's this? Yeah. Da, 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 bow, da, 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 doing some quick stuff on Power World. Bow. Do, 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 do. Gonna hatch some eggs. Gonna place some more eggs. Hey, what's up, Isaac? How you doing? Oh, okay. That's certainly a way to come in. Gotcha. Is it gonna be a Xenoguard? Please be a Xenoguard. I want to kidnap a Xenoguard. Also, neat little trick I learned. This will be useful to someone. Neat little trick I learned for catching Mimogs is if you use a meteor launcher, it will damage the Mimog, but will not get it to start running away, because it kind of has like that effect where it launches it in the air, damages it, and does not cause it to run away. So you can just start throwing fucking things at it, and throwing the ball at it doesn't seem to cause it to run away either. Hey, what's up, Nova? How you doing? I saw you are. I actually do remember you from YouTube comments. Normally, I'm really bad at remembering people like that comment on like the shorts and the videos a lot, and remembering them when they come into stream, because my brain just considers those, I guess, two separate areas. But I do actually remember you. I'm doing okay. Fuck, I've wasted a ball. I definitely feel... Oh, that's because I don't have any hypercubes. Or hyperspheres. I definitely feel my age today, though. I woke up with back pain. Which is pretty normal, honestly. Like, it's a 50-50 shot whether I'm going to wake up with my back hurting. Yeah, I mean, it's a really good place, a good way to build an audience, honestly. So I'm surprised. I'm legitimately, like, surprised more of the up-and-coming streamers I know don't really do that at all. Because I have a... Aw. You got fucked up and I didn't get to capture you. I'm friends with a lot of, like, lower-end streamers like me. Some of them that are more popular streamers than me, like, have a more regular audience than me. But they don't do any of that. And they'll stream for good bits of time, but they don't do any of the YouTube short stuff or anything like that. Because you don't have to make full videos. You can just do shorts. Take your clips and make a short out of it. It's gotten to the point where a lot of times... Some of my shorts that are, like... Because I use Streamlabs, and Streamlabs has a replay buffer, so whenever there's a moment I'm like, that's clippable, I use the Streamlabs replay buffer, so it doesn't download to Twitch, it doesn't download to YouTube, or it doesn't go to Twitch or YouTube, it just downloads to my computer. And there's sometimes when it's, like, it takes me no time at all to edit it because I'm like, yeah, this is all summed up within a time. I don't need to do any cuts. I don't need to do anything. Bam, go, and it takes me like 10, 15 minutes to edit it because throwing captions on and stuff. Sometimes a short will take me 30 minutes to an hour, depending on like if it's a short that's gonna stay a short, that there's not a video attached to it, like not a long form video attached to it. It will take me sometimes like 20 to 40 minutes. If it's one that's there is a long form video attached to it, like it's if I'm making a short from a long form video, because the long form video might be 10 to 20 minutes, it takes me a lot more time to turn that into a short because I'm trying to tell the story of the video, or at least tell the story of a part of the video in 60 seconds. So I have to trim out and measure out and all that. But for just the regular shorts, just the ones that are just like, this is a funny moment from stream or something from stream that was interesting, it takes 15 minutes. So why not? If you're trying to grow as a streamer, why not, take that little bit of time, post it on there, and eventually get there? It wasn't until recently, though, it wasn't until very recently that I actually started getting people coming to stream that said, I found you from YouTube Shorts. It takes a while. It takes a lot of growth. It takes figuring out the tags, for sure. That's honestly probably the biggest part, is figuring out the right tags that work for you, and then getting a good idea for the analytics of what the YouTube audience you want to, or what the audience you want to target likes. And my shorts are all over the place. Anything from funny moments to me complaining about something to, short versions of stories, blah, blah, blah. But getting the tags right took a while. And it wasn't until I've been doing shorts for about a year now. I think, let me actually check, because I just checked this the other day. Yeah, my first short was August 3rd of last year. My first short was August 3rd of last year. And it took me a good while, like a pretty long time, honestly, because it wasn't until like the last like maybe 2 months that I started getting people pretty regularly coming from YouTube Shorts, and not just coming from YouTube Shorts, but saying like staying, like me asking, "Hey, where'd you find me? I found you on Shorts," and then I see them multiple times. So don't give up. Don't think it's a lost cause. It just takes a little while. Your buddy does your tags? Yeah, so if your buddy knows what he's doing, then that's definitely good. Having someone that knows what they're doing. It's still good to learn for yourself, but like you can kind of use. I spend a good bit of time looking at my analytics, and you can kind of use that knowledge to tailor your tags a little bit differently, your titles a little bit differently. One thing I've learned recently is I've had a few shorts that I usually have like maybe 4 to 5 tags. A lot of times, a lot of the shorts I've had that I've done are 4 to 6 tags. A lot of times, maybe 7 if there's enough different topics. But I found recently, and that was working for me. But I found recently, and I don't know if this is a recent change or if it just has to do with the tags I was using, the type of content. The ones with like 3 to 4 as opposed to 4 to 6 tags seem to be doing better than the ones with that had a lot of tags, because the way it kind of works is it's creating like, the way the tags works is they're like short ways of defining your content. And then when someone does a search, or someone has a particular type of content that they like that the YouTube algorithm recognizes, it looks for stuff that is going to join as many of those things together. So if you posted, a lot of mine, military, story time, Fallout, funny. If someone that likes military, story time, Fallout, and funny all individually, they're very likely to see that because it's going to hit all their buttons. But if I did military, storytime, Fallout, funny, Twitch, streamer, wholesome, fail, karma, And then, yeah, they like military fallout, funny story time, but they don't like Twitch streamer fail karma. Then now it's only 50% of what they like. So it's going to lower it. So using too many tags can actually hurt you. But that is all like I'm learning a lot more recently in particular because I've just been doing a lot more trial and error. And I found I've had a few shorts that I was like, this one should have done better. And it had like 5 or 6 tags on it. And then when I trim off like 2 of the tags that are less relevant, a lot of times like it was stream cutting off Twitch and streamer tags. All of a sudden, then it popped up. Sometimes it's I keep the tags the same, but I change the title and it goes from 30 views within the first 2 hours to within the next 10 minutes after I change the title. All of a sudden, it has 400 to 1,000 views within like no time at all, and then it starts growing from there. Yeah, it's all a learning experience of trying to figure out what really gets you an audience, what really gets you an audience and gets you an audience that you want. Because I definitely know I have some shorts that I've posted that are not really related to the type of content I tend to do, which is a lot of military storytelling. But it's like a cute story, a wholesome story, or just a funny little thing, or whatever, and I'll get a lot of views on it. But I know that audience isn't going to care about any of the rest of the stuff that I do. So if you make a lot of shorts that cover a huge spectrum, but the 90% of what you're doing doesn't target that, or doesn't really, target that spectrum, you're going to get potentially a lot of subscribers, but they're not going to watch a lot of your content, which actually can potentially hurt you more. Because especially if you publish the subscription feed, which I never publish the subscription feed, I don't have enough of a dedicated audience for that to be good. I have enough people that have subscribed to me and then stopped watching immediately, that if you publish the subscription feed, and then hold on, and then a large portion of your audience doesn't, or a large portion of your subscribers don't click on that link, YouTube's just like, oh, nope, they hate it. His subscribers hate it, so we're not going to push this one. So it's better, especially when you're smaller, to not publish a subscription feed. But if you have a big... If all your content is targeted very specifically to the type of audience that you want and the people that are going to like the type of content you put out, then it's a little bit more advantageous to publish the subscription feed because it's a little bit more likely that those people are going to watch the next thing you do. But it's all just... There's a lot of math and shit. They don't tell you what the algorithm is like. They don't explain the algorithm to you, so there's no way for you to figure out all that stuff. You just... Or no way for you to really super research that. So you just kind of have to trial and error it. And then a lot of people, especially on shorts, don't read subscriptions. So... Damn, that one's taking off right now. Fuck. A lot of people in shorts don't read subscriptions and don't really look at the related video thing. Because related videos are great. So one of the things I started doing more recently when I started posting my long-form stuff consistently again was I post in the last 5 seconds of the video, I have that little thing that pops up that you probably saw that said, if you want to see the rest of this story, click there. Or click the related video. And then that started getting more people to click on the related videos. And then someone pointed out, you should also put an arrow to where the related video button is, because then they're going to look there and they're more likely to click it. And when I started doing that, even more people started clicking the related videos. Like, yeah, there's all those little things that you can do to kind of drive more people there. But if you posted something on your short that's like, hey, follow me on Twitch, or subscribe to see more, or blah, 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 or just something small that's quick, easy, not distracting, but noticeable, that'll help a lot. All those little things. It's all the little things you got to do. And then ideally, you get a big enough audience that's consistent enough that you'll have that organic growth just because all your videos are going to do fairly well. So, god damn it. I should not have placed that bed there. All your videos are going to do well, which means they're going to be pushed harder and blah, blah, blah. But that takes a while. Yeah, it was almost a full year for me before I started somewhat consistently seeing people join and join stream from my shorts and then actually like stay around and see them more than once. Because I've had a lot of people, yeah, I found you from YouTube Shorts, and then because they found me when I was in the middle of telling a story or when I was in the middle of being energetic, because that's what I show. The moment I have I'll see that follower count go up, they fall from the short, and then the moment I have a lull in energy where I'm like kind of just like focusing on the game, or like I'm kind of not as energetic as I normally am for just even a moment or just a short period of time, or just maybe it's a day that I'm not as energetic as normal, unfollow. I'm like, okay. I cannot keep... I have a lot of that energy, but there's some days that I just cannot keep that energy up the whole time. Especially, it's a lot easier when chat interacts, so I try to encourage a lot of chat interaction. Oh, I forgot to start it! Shit! I was about to say... I have stream avatars, and I'm gonna end up looking more into some of the stuff I can do with stream avatars. But I just thought it was a little cool thing to have. Because, hey, you can see your little chats pop up there. It's cool. I like it. It's a little... Yeah, it's fun. And it has little games you can have your chat play. And then I got more stream interaction more chat interaction because I had that. And people were interacting with that and interacting with me because of that, which makes it easier to keep the energy going. You know. It's all figuring your niche and what works for you. What was I about to do? There's a reason I came here. Oh yeah, I wanted to drop off the schematics and what technology level I'm at right now. What's the best armor I can make? I want to find a good spot with a lot of sulfur because I'm going to move my quartz base to the sulfur base because it's still going to be a fucking while before I can get a sulfur mine going. And I'm tired of running out of ammo. Yeah, it's not going to be till 52. Yes, I'm somewhat aware of that, and Stream Avatars actually has a version of that. Look, need help? She's making me a cake. Okay. There you go. I was worried it was slippery, but it wasn't. Okay, there you go. I love you. And Stream Avatars has a bot set that you can get that is community. That is Pokemon. And my concern with that, the thing I'm worried about using that, is since I publish my VODs on YouTube. Ooh, yes, please. Since I publish my VODs, I have a lot more Ancient Civilization parts than I thought. Since I publish my VODs on YouTube, I'm worried that Nintendo will be like, yeah, those are our characters. You got a copyright strike. And either force me to take the VODs down or actually issue a copyright strike if Pokemon's at all involved. But I do have someone that is working to see if they can make me some stream avatars based off of like cryptid stuff, because I don't know if you got in the Discord or not. But the entire thing is themed on Fantasy Tavern with cryptids. Which is why, like, all of my emotes are... Hold on. Bam, 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 bam. I need to get more emotes made. The original artist that I had doing my emotes decided to stop doing, like, art for profit, because it just weighing on them, so... I have cheese and I'm happy. I have my... That. I can go put that away. Ooh, those ones are really cool. I take it you do everything owl-themed? Emo only chat? Okay, hold on. You got 5 minutes of emo only. Ooh, bam. I'm gonna put this there. My brain is frozen right now. I know there's things I should be. I planned on doing, but I cannot, for the life of me, remember a damn one. Because my brain doesn't work. Man, if you end up doing a celebration in any way, let me know, and I'll try to be there. I got to run out, but have a good one. Thanks, man. Yeah, I might turn, like, if enough people get available, I might do like a community day type thing. But other than that, I'm probably just gonna, play games, treat it like a normal day. Don't super celebrate my birthday too much. This is honestly just more so for the bit of you constantly saying I'm gonna lose my hair, which I haven't yet. So fuck you. Let's see. I think I'm going to try... I think one of the things I wanted to do was I wanted to set up a sulfur mining base, which means I'm going to have to go destroy that other base. I got plenty of quartz from it, so I'm fine for now. But sulfur is something I'm constantly lacking. Bam. If I have a Daisy Cloud. Do I have a Daisy Cloud? Nope. Okay, I'll come back when I have a Daisy Cloud and destroy that. Home. Come on, bam. Let's go. Yeah, I want to get a little bit of stuff done on this just to set up, because right now I'm in a major egg hatching spree. So I want to get a little bit of stuff done on this just to get that set up, and then I'm going to switch probably over to Fallout London again. Enjoy me some Fallout London. Okay. I need a Daisy Cloud, which means I might need to go murder some Daisies. I need to go murder some Daisies. And I think that area is also where the Xenoguard... Someone told me that's where the Xenoguard tends to drop when there's a thing. Hey, what's up, Repexer? How you doing, man? I need to murder some Daisies. So Daisy Cloud is way too useful, especially when you're trying to destroy a base. Or I just kind of like to keep one on me for when I get stuck under the environment. I'm sorry about this. I'm not really, but, it's polite to say. Fuck, I missed. Fuck, I missed. Yeah, there you go, bitch. Hey, bam. Bam. Hello. Hello, Clarice. Bam. I need more electric organs. I should probably start farming those. When I set up my sulfur base, I'll set up some electric organs to be harvested there, because I don't have the space for anything else on any of my other bases right now. My breeding farm is too optimized to try to introduce something else. There is only one Dazzy Cloud, so I think I can go buy electric organs, to be honest. So that might... Yeah, it's probably just as quick to walk there as it is to walk back to the teleporty place. What? What? Go. So Alpine was the plan, but a few days after commissioning it, I felt like there's too much people with Al in their name. I mean, I get that a lot, honestly, because it's like you don't want to seem like you're, even though it might be something that you like for you was uniquely you, and it's something you identified with. You don't want to feel like you're jumping on a bandwagon too much. But then it's just a matter of see if there's a way you can make it uniquely you. When I started doing this and started doing the YouTube stuff, I did not plan to be a military. I didn't plan to be a storytime thing at all, and I did not plan to do military storytime thing at all. Because I was like, yeah, I could do that, but I didn't want to jump on a bandwagon. I didn't want to feel like I was jumping on a bandwagon, like the Mike Burnfire, Zach Hazard bandwagon. And then that's just like I had for Veterans Day last year. Was it Veterans Day? I think it was Veterans Day last year. Me and one of my buddies were on stream. He was a Marine, so we just started talking about our stories, and people really liked it. So I was like, you know what? Fine. It's so what? So what if someone tells me that I'm jumping on a bandwagon? So I actually am working on a project. Why did I say that weird? I am working on a project that is horror and creepypasta themed. So if you're in the Discord, whenever I actually start officially posting stuff for that, I'm going to announce it there. Right now, it's just a matter of getting ahead on all the stuff for this video, or for this channel. And then once I'm ahead on all the stuff for this channel, I can start working on the other stuff. Right now, the two things I got going are this channel and the podcast that my friend Randy and my friend Rachel are doing. But I am going to start putting more stuff into the creepypasta one. That's going to be... It's going to be really a few different things, but part of it is going to be horror stories. But there's a bit more nuance to that one, so that'll be a bit more complicated. And I have my own little, mutation on that too to make it unique. I notice that you want a NSFW channel. Is it going to be dark or just basically adult only section? Hey, what's up, two bros? It is going to be... It is going to be the 18 and up section. I am old. I'm so old. I don't like it. It is going to be the 18 and up section, which means it's not going to be necessarily that type of adult content of, nudity and stuff like that. It's just going to be the stuff that crosses into a more NSFW barrier or a more, yeah. Oh, fuck you two bros. Fuck you. 7 years, that's nothing. You're not anywhere, you're closer to 20 than you are to 30. How dare you? But it's going to be more... It's going to allow for more, like, illicit jokes, more adult, like, memes. I do want to have, like, especially once the creepypasta part gets started, there is going to definitely be a horror-themed category or channel. But I'm debating how I'm going to do that, because I'm either going to do that as part of the After Dark, just because it is that, or it might be... there's the After Dark one, and then the regular one that just that way there is this is more, family friendly, and this one's more adult oriented. But the Run After Dark is it's adult themed in the context that it allows for NSFW jokes, but it's not going to be nudity. Yeah, and exactly. Like one. Uh, thank you, thank you, thank you. One, it's I ended up the way I have it set up because you're in the Discord. Let me. Did you do the accept rules thing? What's up? What? Oh. Ooh, that's really good. That's really good. Thank you. Looking forward to that. Um, I need to actually set it up so that when, because yeah, I see you there. I need to actually set it up so that it pops up that screen that's like, hey, click these rules, because I've had a few people be like, yeah, I don't know. Um, yeah, because you haven't done the accepted rules one yet. That is not my wife. That is my girlfriend. I do have an ex-wife. So careful what you wish for. um, it is what it is. It's just a part of being a streamer, man. No, no, no. I'm talking to chat. Okay, I got you the. I need to change something real quick too, actually. Permissions. I'm going to change this to channel descriptions, channel, bam, add member or roles. Bam. Roles can view channels, send or not send messages. But there you go. Bam. Okay. But yeah, that's why I have like the channel descriptions thing where every channel you want to see, you have to click to get the role for, because I fully recognize that not every part of the server is for everyone. No, maybe people don't care about the memes. Maybe people don't care about the selfies. Maybe people don't care about this. And I didn't want it to be any more cluttered than people want it. So when the Runga After Dark parts gets launched and is a thing, it's going to have a similar channel descriptions thing where if you want to see the horror themed content, do you want to see the memes, do you want to see the whatever, because yeah, I also don't really like that. I was part of a few different discords that I got into either for a friend invited me or whatever, and they were just entirely 18 and up, but what that meant is you could post whatever you wanted anywhere. So people would just be in Gen Chat posting nude selfies. I'm like, I don't want to see that. I listen. It's good for you. You're proud of yourself. I don't want to just see that in Gen Chat when I'm trying to have a conversation with someone. So that's why I did the channel descriptions thing, and so people could tailor what they see to what they want to see. But how you been, too, bros? I haven't seen your stream pop up anytime recently, but also I've been real bad at honestly seeing any stuff, because a lot of my extra time is just spent on editing, and I kind of shut everything down when I'm editing, except for like when I do the editing streams. Obviously, I'm streaming, but for the most part, I'm not looking at anything else but that. Yeah, and I don't really want nudes in my adult only section. That's not what it's for. One, that's not what it's for, and I don't want to be responsible for someone doing something stupid or posting something that they shouldn't. So as long as I say no, this is not allowed, and someone else posts it, like revenge porn or something like that. I don't want no. So it's mostly like memes that are more adult oriented, memes that might or jokes that might be leaning more towards a sexual kind of context, stuff like that. I do joke a lot, and it's kind of something I still want to do, but I joke a lot about how I'm going to start a wholesome OnlyFans, like but it's going to be like not adult at all, really. It's going to be a cosplay OnlyFans with a bunch of monster cosplays, just doing like wholesome stuff. Like, you know, it's going to be your orc husband cleans the dishes, your orc husband mows the lawn. So it's going to be entirely wholesome, just with cosplay. Because I thought that would be, you know, an interesting way to go. But not even adult in the way that OnlyFans is. Just, you know, just I thought it would be fun. The main reason I haven't really started that yet is one, because cosplay is expensive and hard, and I don't have the money or time for that right now. I'm at that weird spot as a content creator where I want to get a job potentially editing for another content creator, but I also would love to hire an editor. I want to get a job editing for another content creator because I enjoy doing editing. I actually really enjoy it, and I'd like the extra money, and I feel like I'd, you know, more enjoy and be best suited for making content or editing content for another content creator. But I also want to hire an editor to free up time, because right now I don't get paid. But right now the reason I don't is because right now I don't get paid for any of the YouTube stuff, and I get paid an amount for Twitch, but not enough to afford hiring someone. And the way I figured when I do hire an editor, and I'm talking to a buddy who wants to do it, wants to do a bit of editing, and said, okay, we'll work out a deal. Like, I want to be able to pay you, but I can't afford to pay you right now. But he's like, okay, we'll do this. But the way I always kind of figured I'd do it, if I hired an editor, especially like, while I'm still starting out. Oh shit! Thank you, Skull Kid. I appreciate it. Fuck yeah! Thank you so much, man. Oh yeah. Thank you, I appreciate it. How you doing, man? Put another way. Thank you. I love you. Very good. But the way I kind of figured I'd hire an editor when I got to the point where I wanted to hire an editor, especially like on the earlier stages, is when I get monetized. Yeah, I'm happy someone got it that actually is active. Let's see. Actually, yeah. Everyone that got it is someone that is relatively active. Nebula, you're new, but I'm hoping you're gonna stay active. Minecraft is active. Skull Kid is you. Aaron Pie is active on and on. Misty May shows up occasionally. That's awesome. I mean, hey, he'll appreciate it. He shows up often enough that he needs it. But no, the way I figured I'd handle hiring an editor when I get monetized on YouTube is I will give you a flat rate per video that you edit, and then a portion of all monetization that happens on that video. So all ad rev from that video, you'll get a portion of it along with the flat rate. Yeah, thank you so much, Skull Kid. I appreciate it. And I'm happy it was actually given to people, because I know when you do gift subs, it's generally focused on people that are actually in the chat. But if there's not enough people in the chat, it gives it randomly. And I've had gift subs given out before to people that showed up one time, followed, and then never showed up again. It's like, well, now that's, yeah. It is, in fact, my birthday. I am 30 today. But yeah, figured the best way to handle an editor as a content creator is when I get monetization, is when I'll feel more comfortable doing it for sure, just because I can be like, I know I will be able to pay you an amount, because at the very least you will get your flat rate, and then you will get a portion of monetization fees. And that way, the better the video does, the better they make. But also, they'll get a flat rate, so if the video does poorly, they're still getting paid for their work. Because editing is time-consuming. You're playing Power World 2, Aloe? Or Big Guy? Let's hit those goals before all your hair is gone. Yeah. I thought about, just because of Randy, I thought so much about, right before stream started, shaving my head and being like, I don't know what happened. But I like my hair too much. And Dez likes my hair. And I don't want to go around with a shaved head. But I thought about doing it for the bit, and my hair grows back pretty fast. But still, I didn't want to do it. I should have done it. I should have shaved my head for the bit. But how you been, Aloe? It's been a minute. Damn, if you shaved your head, your forehead would be like a mile long. Yeah, I have a big fucking head, man. I've been just occasionally looking to see if anyone's hiring like an editor, just, you know, freelance kind of thing, or just need someone to help them with their content, because I really do enjoy editing. It becomes exhausting sometimes when it's like really tight. Like the one I posted today, the video I posted today, just annoyed me a lot because the captions kept being wrong. Because for some reason, whenever I said chief, the captions would say she, and there's just a few words that kept getting wrong. So like editing the video together and getting it in order was great. It was fine. It was whatever. I enjoyed it. Yeah. Then every like 3 seconds when I was going over the captions, I have to stop and change the caption. I was like, this is so annoying. Just trying to get away from technology. Hey, that's not a bad thing. Being able to separate yourself from it is a really good thing. I refuse to get a smartphone until. Okay, hold on. I'll give me a second. Give me a second, because this is actually funny. I don't want to be able to tell this right. I'm gonna need a I'm gonna pop up just a metal chest here that I'm gonna not allow my pals to use, so that whenever I'm having to do egg stuff, it'll be easy to drop stuff in there, because usually about half my inventory is full. Chest settings, uncheck all, defensive equipment glider, ammo. Accessories, fuck. Defensive equipment, gliders, ammo, spheres, accessories, weapons. Bam. What is the going rate for an editor now? I think I saw on subreddit they said minimum $15 an hour. Yeah, editors make... So I did editing for someone for a while, actually. For another YouTuber for a Twitch streamer that was trying to get onto YouTube for a while, for like about a month or two. And I think what we settled on was like $15, $16 an hour. And what I'm going to do but here's the thing. Here's what people don't realize a lot of times about editing is, where's medicine? Is how time-consuming it can be. Because what I liked with her, when I was editing for her, what I told her was about the amount of time that the video is about how long it is going to take me to edit. And the only reason that was true with hers is because she would have long bits of silence in between the points where she was talking and being active. So it was easy. Speed through that, see if anything interesting happened. So if a 4-hour video might be about an hour of stuff to edit down, and then she didn't want a whole bunch of fancy stuff. She didn't want captions. She didn't want anything like that. So then it was just a matter of trimming it down from there. So I'd say about that long, and what I told her is like, if it goes longer than that, or if it goes longer than that because I'm trying to do something creative with it, then I'm not going to count that time for you. We're going to go on that basis. But if you start asking me to do more creative stuff, then we'll reconfigure. So editing takes a long time. Like the video I posted this morning probably took me like 8 to 9 hours to get everything right. And then a lot of my like 10 to 15 minute videos take me 4 to 5 hours. So what I'm gonna do whenever I eventually hire an editor is it's gonna be when I'm monetized, more likely than not, or if I just suddenly have the money to hire a full-time editor. Is some flat rate amount so that you get paid for your time up front, and then a like 20-30% whatever portion of the monetization. But I saw, as I've been looking, that'd be so silly to get the hair. Happy birthday, by the way. Gonna celebrate with you while eating sushi dinner. Awesome sauce. I do like sushi. I might get myself some sushi later. Dez is making turkey burgers, so I'm definitely gonna eat those. But then, if we're still hungry afterwards, or sometime later, I might get sushi. I think the longest time I've edited anything is like 4 hours. Yeah, the biggest time sink, it honestly really depends. It does, because I've also had longer videos that took me less time to edit. Let me finish the other thought before I but no, a lot of the stuff I've seen, especially like on Reddit and in a Discord or two that I'm in, is a lot of people posting. I'm looking. I've seen a lot of people posting on like Reddit and on some Discords I'm in for content creators. I'm looking for an editor and I can't afford to pay you right now, and I'm not monetized, but I promise you, when I get monetized, you'll get a portion of all the ad revenue. I'm like, I've been doing this for a year. I'm not monetized yet. That is a lot of work you are asking someone to do, banking on the hope that you get monetized soon. And like, maybe if I saw someone, I'm like, and I saw their content, I'm like, wow, this person is going to blow up and they're going to blow up soon. I might be willing to, risk that of put in all that work, all those hours, so that when they do get monetized, yeah, I'm their editor. But that's a lot of time, a lot of work to ask someone to do for free under the promise that they hope you keep, that you're going to pay them when they get monetized, and the hope that you get monetized soon. Yeah. Oh, one of the ones I saw was legitimately just, it was exposure. It was reward requests, bam. One of the offers I saw on one of the Discords was basically just exposure. And what they said was, I have a big audience, but I can't afford to pay you right now. But, you're more than welcome to, plug yourself at the end of my content and call yourself my editor, so it'll get you more work and get you more exposure. It's like, if you have a big enough audience that exposure from you would be worth it, you are probably making enough to afford to pay an editor and to pay your artists. Just saying. And then just all the ones that were like, well, eventually, it's like, and I think a lot of that comes from, I think a lot of the ones with the editors, that it's small YouTubers that are trying to get started and like, I can't afford to pay you, but when I get monetized, I'll pay you. I feel like either they're too hopeful that they're going to get monetized really soon, because it's hard, it takes time, or they have so little experience with anything around editing that they do not realize how much work they're asking from someone. But it's kind of like what you were saying. If you're asking for an editor, If you are asking for an editor, what you are saying is, and it's the same thing as asking for an artist, you are saying either I don't have the time, the skill set, or the tools to do this myself. So I need someone else to do it for me because I can't afford or figure out how to do it myself. But also, I don't value your time, your skill set, or your tools because I want you to do it for free. And that's fucking insane to me. Networking is important, but no one understands what exposure means anymore. RFL, I do freelance art commissions. Yeah, exactly. Like, if the exposure was like Markiplier was going to actively say, "This dude is my editor. He edited stuff for me," and put my name out there and start, submitting me to his friends that are looking to hire an editor and submitting me to people that he knows, that's an exposure that might be worth it. If it's, hey, random YouTuber that doesn't have an audience yet enough to be monetized wants me to, or I edit for them, that doesn't get me any value added. And if anything, all that will say is it will tell other people I'm willing to do editing work for free, which one will be saying I don't value my time and my work, and two, more people will be like, oh, I can't afford to pay you, but I can give you exposure. I was like, no, fuck you. When I'm 18 and 5 years, I can try to edit for you. I hope. I mean, if my audience is big enough and I've started enough projects that I am needing many editors, then sure. But I hope by that point, if I'm still doing this, that I have already at least hired an editor. But I mean, I have so many projects that I'm wanting to work on, and so many things I'm going to do. Eventually, like if they all start taking off, I am going to need to build a team around me. So, yeah. Jamie, are you in the Discord? Because I might commission you for some art potentially if I see your style, if it fits what I'm looking for. I definitely learned the hard way growing up. We got to strive to get those baby creators to value their skills. Yeah, and it would be one thing too if it were like a friend coming to me like, hey man, I'm trying to get this going. I'm trying to do this thing. I don't know how to edit. Could you help me out a little bit? And then if that friend didn't have like strict deadlines and shit, if that friend was like, hey, whenever you can get this done, I'm just trying to get some stuff out. If you can help me, yeah, I might help them. I might help them because they're a friend. But some random dude online asking, hey, can I get a free editor? No. Here, I'll put it up for you. I also have my, what did I call it? Bounty board, which is where I need to start posting the stuff that I'm actually going to want to commission from people. So people can tell me, like, hey, I can do this. Another hydrate from my lovely girlfriend. Yay, it's not a no. I mean, it's like what I said before. As these projects start to come, as I hopefully get more and more successful, and as these projects start to come more and more to light, I want to start by hiring friends to fill specific roles, friends I know that, would be interested and would enjoy the work and would be good at it, to fill specific roles like community manager, editor, etc., whatever the role is that needs filled. And then from there, as if I end up needing a bigger and bigger team, start trying to hire people that are, maybe homeless and looking for work. Homeless, but like have the ability to turn their life around, have the mental fortitude to turn their life around, the mental capability to turn their life around, because they're not so far gone, but just need the opportunity. Or people in battered women's shelters, things like that. People that need help, and have like my team, my initial team, the friends that I'm hiring, hire people from those sorts of communities, so that it can turn into something that, yes, it's helping me. It's helping me put out more content and grow, but it's also helping other people turn their lives around and improving at least the world in a very small way because it's helping other people. So that would be the big goal there. I've said that a few times before. Got 5 years to learn. It's not hard. Editing is not. It's not hard in the fact that it's not hard to learn. Because one, it's very something like. It's something that How do I do this? Google. I use Adobe Premiere, so. Adobe has walkthroughs for everything, and Adobe is popular enough that if Adobe doesn't have a walkthrough to how to do a specific thing, there's probably a YouTube video out there for me to figure it out. So it's not hard in the sense that it's hard to learn the basics. There is definitely an artistry to it. There's an artistry to figuring out right where to cut and what to do and how to use the different tools that you have, and then there's just an artistry to learning what works well. What does the audience respond to? What draws the eye in? And then figuring that out helps a lot. So there is a learning curve, but learning the basics is not hard. But learning how to do it really, really well and fast and being familiar and comfortable with it and knowing what actually you should be doing and what you should be putting out and where things should go, that takes time, that takes experience, and that takes, effort. But the basics of learning, hey, how do I, load in this file and do a cut and do a transition and et cetera, that's all. That is the basics. That is where you should start, is take a recording, take a gameplay video, take a something, put it into whatever editing software you're going to use, and just from that, try to trim it down and figure out, start asking yourself the questions, what would I like to do here? What would I like to add at this point? What would I like this to look like? And then start figuring out how to do that. That's how I would say the easiest way to learn editing is. Because it's similar to like learning coding. You start with a very small project. I want to make a code that does this very basic thing. And then you figure out how to do that. It's like, okay, now I want it to do these several things, and then you learn how to do that, and you're just slowly adding tools into your chest to figure it out. I'm the same way, hands down. I've done free things for people over the years just because the vibe was so right, and I want to help people on their journeys, but holy exposure pay, yeah. It's if it's a friend and they just need help and they're not, if it's a friend and they need help and they're like, hey, can you help me with this? And I'm like, sure. And they're like, okay, cool. I need this done in 2 hours. Sorry, man, I don't have the time right now. Or whatever. Like, why didn't you ask for this help sooner? Why didn't you whatever? But if it's like, hey, can you help me with this thing? And we can get to it. Like, just whenever you can get to it, I'm trying to figure this out. I'm like, yeah. And I'm probably gonna also, with a friend, after it reaches that point, take the effort to start teaching them how to do it so they can do it themselves. No? What's no? Let me get you. Bam. Hold on, my parents are calling me. Friend knows better. I always forget. Yeah, they're pretty great. Yeah, but you still get some. I mean, some people in general, like friends that just expect, oh, I'm your friend, so you're going to do any amount of inconvenience for me, no matter what, with all the time. And for the most part, yeah, like I'll go out of my way to help a friend for sure. But it is a, it's sometimes they ask too much, And that's when you have to set that boundary. And if they're really your friend, they'll accept the fact and they'll respect the fact that you're setting a boundary because, like, hey, you are asking a lot right now. But I've definitely had friends be like, hey, can you do this? Can you help me with this thing? I'm like, yeah, sure. And it's like, okay, I need it done like right now. It's like, whoops, I can't then. I have other things going on. Just don't look at me. It's Jamie on my Twitch account. Gotcha. And yeah, sometimes the delay is because of the stream delay, and sometimes it's just a matter of I get distracted and I forget to read chat, or I read chat and then think, oh yeah, and I forget to respond because I'm dumb. Okay. I didn't get enough eggs apparently last time, so those things are all going to hatch at a random time, but that is fine. Where was I going to go? I was going to set up a mining spot in... Oops, thank you. It is. I was going to set up a mining spot in the volcano area so that I can... Or a base in the volcano area so that I can start harvesting sulfur en masse. I need... What do I need for another POW box? 1 palladium, 8 wood, 3 stone, easy peasy. Yeah, how's everyone else doing today? I am level 43. 1 palladium, 8 wood, 3 stone. Let me go get the rest of my shit that I dropped off over there. Yeah, it is certainly being in the content creator space and trying to get into it is certainly an experience. You got to learn a lot. You got to figure out how to do things right. Figuring out the tags is difficult. Figuring out this is the best spot to make your base if you don't want to be attacked right here because they literally can't. Let's see, where was I about to go? Oh, that's a lot of Ega. And once those are all down, I'll reset those. And then, oh, shit, that's right, I wanted to do, this. Make the perfect Reptiro. This one or this one? Why do you build me up, buttercup baby, just to let me down? And Reptiro. Gotcha. That's my breeding farm base, and it's largely just because it was a nice open space near nothing. And then turns out a lot of shit. A lot of. What am I trying to say? A lot of meteorites and supply drops drop there. So it is incredibly useful. Let's see, which one am I going to use? So, okay, you got work slave, but you don't have artisan. Work slave without any drawbacks. Philanthropist, I might save you just for future breeding projects. I got a lot of cake. I got so much cake. That breeding farm serves 2 purposes: cake production and then incubation. Work slave and Vanguard. Come on, I'm looking for an artisan. Please have an artisan. Vanguard, workaholic, and work slave. Okay, that one's good. Workaholic and work slave. Where did you go? Where did I put you? Fuck. But artisan would be better. There you are. Artisan. Bam. I can get artisan and work slave. I might save a, because that artisan is a female, and that work slave is a male. So I'm going to save both of those two, and then try to breed them together at some point. Unless I can find an artisan to make the ultimate buildy boy, or ultimate mighty boy. Work slave vanguard. Do. Cool. I don't know why you like timing yourself out so much, Aloe. In case you're wondering, that is a just bit in my stream of Aloe timing himself out. Don't know why. He likes it. It's his thing. Okay. Where's my condenser? There you are. I do have a max start Anubis with Artisan on it, and that is, oh my god, it's so useful having that. But you are the one that I want. Yep. And it makes him happy, so I'm not going to complain about it. He's never rude to anyone. He's never mean to anyone else. He's always very polite, and he just likes getting himself timed out. So you know what? Who am I to judge? I wish there was a way to just click select all for this. It's like I bred them specifically for this purpose. I don't want to have to click 128 times. Bam, 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 bam. Bam. Okay. Maximize the rank of 5 pals? Hell yeah. Okay. I don't actually need it for here really yet, because I wanted the what I really wanted was I wanted the extra kindling. And I wanted the extra kindling for my breeding ranch. So let me show off my breeding ranch real quick. I have a max level Mazarina, and I actually do have a max level Bee Guard. It's just not there right now because I already have so much honey. Max level Mazarina, a something level Chickapea. This is wheat farm for cake. Over there is the berry farm for both feeding and for cake. I have 3 breeding ranches so that each one can hold 20. Each one can hold 20 eggs. And I have 128 incubators set up. So the 128 incubators can... That's exactly how many pals you need condensed to make a perfect pal. To make a max rank pal. So, 20, that can't really fit more. Once I get rid of these Connex boxes, I can probably fit one more. But I can really quickly power level through stuff. And then I have 3 electric kitchens over there. I try to make each one making 64 at a time. Just so that like I can draw that out. It's like, okay, that's one set. But I have 3 set up because as long as the cake is still in the kitchen, it doesn't go bad. As long as the cake is still in the kitchen, it will not go bad. So I don't have to worry about throwing it in a cooler as long as it's being freshly cooked, as long as it's still in the kitchen. But I still do have some in the cooler because I forgot to fill it up yesterday. It doesn't go bad in the breeding farm. It doesn't go bad in the kitchen. Which part sounds like life advice? Now let me train out the Vixen for a Reptaro that is max level. As long as the cake is in the kitchen, it won't go bad. It does sound like some sort of like proverb or something like that. It does definitely sound like some sort of proverb. I'll give you that. I don't like I don't know. Yeah, but I don't like putting it in the breeding farm because then it'll get used if I have pals currently in there, and then it just fucks with my math. It stops me from having to do math to figure out how much more cake I need. Because I don't want to have to count the number of eggs and how much is in there and blah, 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 blah. But you're right, that is also a good way to handle that. Okay. I'll say, here's Zach's interpretation of as long as the cake is in the kitchen, it won't go bad. It's like saying as long as you're still working on something, it can still be improved. As long as you're still working on something, you won't see the flaws, or you can work out the flaws. But once you put it into the world, that's when things go wrong. There you go. As long as the cake is in the kitchen, it won't go bad. Yep. You can do it either as a don't give up sort of advice, or you can do it as a listen. Was very good. Thank you. That's good. See you, Reapexer. You can use that as both you can use as long as the cake is in the kitchen, it won't go bad. As long as the cake is in the kitchen, it won't go bad. As either a way to say, as long as you keep working at it, you can keep improving it, and it won't go wrong. Or you can use it to say, listen, at some point, you gotta put this out there. As you won't know what's wrong with it. You will not know what's wrong with it until it leaves the kitchen. You won't know what's wrong with it until you put it out there for the world to discover. So both keep at it, don't give up, or the enemy of the good is the perfect is the enemy of the good. We have just collectively on stream made up a new proverb, a new what do you call that? A new motto, a new piece of life advice. And I'm proud of us. Okay, this is making a lot of Yermintides. And then I have this shit set up to make a Patalia, or make a Lylene. I don't know if I would do song mode right now. I don't know why, but I think I have a mild cold that I've been nursing for a while because my throat is it's been just a little bit kind of not like scratchy, but life advice given, cryptid sighted, 2 days stream bingo is going great. Exactly. Should I start a Runga stream bingo? Would that be a thing? Okay, let's go set that up while the rest of these eggs are hatching. Oh, I need, no, the timeout is automatically ends. Once I get this next set of eggs being made, so once the rest of these ones get hatched, I will definitely hop out to Fallout 4, but I might do it sooner just because these guys are taking their sweet time. Because I want to keep playing Fallout London. It's fun. I like it a lot. But let's see if I can find a good... Do you know, Skull Kid, do you know where a good big batch of sulfur happens to be? Like you know how there's spots that have like just a lot of iron clustered up or a lot of coal clustered up? I'm looking for one with sulfur. It looks like maybe. For a base. I'm trying to make a base for it, potentially. Just because it's going to be a while before I can buy the sulfur mine. And I don't know, for those of you that weren't here the other day, yesterday, I think it was. Was it yesterday? Oh, shit! I'm thinking of doing, as my 500 subscriber special on YouTube, I'm thinking of doing the Pocky one-chip challenge and coming up with something to go for it. Oh, shit. Hold on. But I'm responding to some comments real quick. I try to make sure I respond to them very well. Know if you can place a base, but it has a lot of sulfur. Which tower? Which one? Bam. I can fly around it. Volcano one. Hold on. I'll look here in a second. I try to, whenever I get comments, I try to reply to them timely manner because I don't know. I feel like I should. Bam. Comments. Classes. All her soldiers to make them competent enough to run sick call. I had to write up that one. This is why I need to establish more games for chat. Thank you, Melon. There should be a good place for a base northeast of the volcano tower near the lava. You're actually around the area now. Gotcha. I had to constantly call our SC for any sort of misinformation. Wasn't noticed I was going to approach board until night 4. Return early from deployments. Notified we're responsible for layouts the following day. The following week I had to join. Of course I have. Next week she tries to give me a negative. Hello! Thank you, Melon. Thank you so much, Melon. I appreciate it. I literally just guess what unit right before I left, our new first heart praised for another so high. First Yes, love. Yes. What did you do?
The cake's done.
Uh-huh.
I just dropped one of the candles. So you're not turning 30 this year, you're turning 0 this year.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant you dropped like a candle and you wanted me to put out a fire and you were being very sheepish about it. In which case I would have been like, why didn't you tell me there's a fire?
You're turning 0 this year.
I'm okay turning 0. That is preferable. Thank you, love. Okay. The combat music, at the very least, had to be interesting. It's always... I don't get why sometimes it doesn't allow my comments to post. Like, my replies to people's comments, it will say, like, there is a reply, but it won't show the reply. But, okay, there it's showing the reply. That's weird. I always feel bad because there's some people that whenever I reply to their comments, it just won't let me, like, it will never post the reply, it will never show the reply. And it's like, I want to like acknowledge that you said something, but it's not letting me. It's truly not letting me, and I feel bad. That one's doing very well. I'm very happy about that. Damn. Awesome sauce. Okay, so sorry about that, everyone. I try to make sure I reply in a timely manner, so usually if I get a moment, I'll tab down. If there's a loading screen or something, I'll tab down and check out the comments real quick. But this time there was a lot more comments than usual. I appreciate it, Melon. Orpheus 0 years old. At least it isn't Death and Fire years old. Zach, did you lurk in my Skyrim stream the other night, or was I tripping? I lurked in your Skyrim stream. I actually was going to message you about it, because I'm not sure if something was happening. I lurked in your Skyrim stream, but, like, it was just the same screen. It was just a pause screen. Like, the music was playing, the noise was playing, but it was just a pause screen. You fell asleep? Gotcha. I was about to say, did you just forget to end stream and leave it on pause or something like that? I was like, oh, okay. And I was going to message you, because it, like... Sometimes you just screw something up with stream, and like I've had it definitely happen where I screwed something up with stream and it just shows something that's not there. Hi, Maria. How are you? Welcome to stream. Okay, I'm trying to get to that tower. So that I can make that base. How you doing, Maria? Welcome to stream. Welcome to the chaos. I need to see if there's a way I can set up like stream elements to also work for YouTube. I probably can. Come here, motherfucker. Bam! I want you. I want you in my balls. Shit! I stayed up till 6:30 a.m. and was passing in and out of sleeping. I've never fallen asleep on my own stream, but I've had Stack does this occasionally when we had like a community day once or twice. He's fallen asleep during community day, like we'll be in the middle playing Jackbox games or Cards Against Humanity or something, and he's fallen asleep during it, and you don't notice till either it comes around to his turn or until you start hearing him snoring. But if you remember, Melon, I used to do a lot of like my time slot for a long time was like I set it at as 10 a.m. to or 10 p.m. to midnight, but it would often be like 10 p.m. to like 4 in the morning because stream was going really well and I got a lot of new people. I was super excited about it. And then I eventually switched, in part just to make it a little bit more time consuming, but also just so I can spend time with my girlfriend, because my girlfriend works a regular 9 to 5, so switching the schedule around allows me to have time for the day for her. Because if I was doing 10 to whatever, then it would be like, yep. Most of the time that I'd be doing this would be when she was sleeping. But then that just really screw with a lot of stuff, like sleep schedules and shit. Well, you used to. I thought, if I remember correctly, back when it was that, you were around a good bit more. But also, back when it was that, usually me and Sam were streaming at the same time. But yeah, now the current schedule is not conducive to people in Australia and New Zealand, which for a while, because of my streaming schedule, a lot of my audience was from Australia, New Zealand, or Germany for some reason, which was really weird. Slowly going to get up this tower. That cake frosting is really good. Ah, fair. Okay, actually, let me check. You have been following since... Whoops, didn't mean to pin that. How do I unpin this message? I'm trying to see. You've been following since August 3rd of 2023. So you've actually been following. That was, I just checked earlier. That was the day I posted my first short. God damn it. Which started the YouTube train. Ooh, favorite food and video game. Both of those are very hard. I'm gonna ask you a clarifying question. Do you mean my favorite video game right now, like my favorite video game that I actively play right now, or I play sometimes right now, or do you mean the game throughout my life that I would hold the most dear? Because those would be two very different answers. Well, I've only been streaming about a year or so. I've only been actively streaming since June of last year. And I did a really stupid thing when I first started streaming. Because I was like, when I first started actively streaming, because I was like, okay, I'm going to figure out what time frame is best for me to stream, what time frame I get the most activity. So I started just streaming Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and I'd stream from 10 p.m. to midnight, but I'd often stream longer than that. And then I changed that to, I was going to stream 5 days a week, but what I was going to do was I was going to stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 10 p.m. to midnight or a little bit longer often, and then Tuesday and Thursday I would stream from like 7 or 8 a.m. to like 10 or noon, so that I could figure out what time worked better. But what that meant is I'd go to sleep at like past midnight and wake up super early to stream again, and that was exhausting. I don't know. Okay, so I'll have to put a little bit of thought in that. One of the games that I'll say Why do you keep making noise at me? Another good sulfur spot? Let me go see. Let me go see. Do I have to have a compass 738 by 341? So right about there. Bam. Who's your favorite viewer is a trick question. There's no right answer to that because someone's going to get their feelings hurt potentially. You know what? Servine Teeth. Servine Teeth is my favorite viewer because that is my girlfriend. Gotcha, bitch. No one can argue with that. You're here for Randy. Randy is one of the favorites for sure. But my absolute favorite viewer is my girlfriend. But that was a trick question. That was a gotcha question. You know it. The cryptid. You're right. The cryptid. So to your question, Maria. To your question, I will say I'm gonna give a few different games. My favorite food is really dependent. My favorite food is really, really dependent, but I'll go based on what my like go-to first date is. Affectionate cryptid. The affectionate cryptid. What my go-to first date is like taking someone to a restaurant is oftentimes sushi. I really enjoy sushi. But it's gonna be it's really dependent on my mood. But in general, I will say sushi as a good kind of catch-all. Sometimes I like pizza, obviously, but like pizza would never be my favorite food. Pizza is I am really hungry and I don't care about my diet and I want a lot of food that I can eat over a course of the day, and I'll order like a pizza or two. And I enjoy it, but it would never be my favorite. I like a really well-made steak, but like my favorite, like if I'm gonna go to a restaurant, my favorite food oftentimes is sushi. Gotta go. Happy birthday! I'll be back in another 3 months. Okay, see you, big guy. I appreciate you coming out. In my favorite game, I'm gonna have to give you multiple answers. I'm gonna have to give you multiple answers, and I appreciate that, Melon. I appreciate being one of your favorite viewers. I try to, as much as I can, I try to support my friends and fellow people that are streamers. A lot of times I just can't be active in chat too much, just because like a lot of my free time is eaten up with editing and stuff, and it's really hard to listen to someone else talk and then listen to myself talk in the editing. So a lot of times what I end up doing is I'll pop into someone's stream that I support, and when I'm taking a break from editing, when I'm taking a mental break, I'll turn their stream on, watch a little bit, engage, and stuff. But just because I don't really have a lot of free time off stream, unfortunately. Okay, so that's my favorite. I'll say that's my favorite food, Maria. My favorite go-to food, sushi. My favorite game, I'm going to give you a few answers for. Just because I like a lot of different types of games. And I like a lot of different types of games when I'm in different moods. So, like, one might be like, oh, this is my favorite game when I'm in this mood, but this might be my favorite game when I'm in a different mood. Dave says happy birthday. Tell Dave I said thanks. Oh, I don't know if I could make a base there. But one of my favorite games, just like from childhood, that I loved a lot and I would love to get a remaster. There's two. There's two favorite games from childhood that I will say that I loved a lot and I would love to get a remaster for. Are the original Digimon World game. I think it was Konami made it. The original Digimon World game. Hold on. I'll pop up the one I'm specifically talking about because there's been a few. I typed in Konami World. What the fuck? I have a screen capture just titled "Screen Capture to Prove Randy Wrong." I don't remember what that was for, but I have it. So this one right here, which is these graphics, was my absolute favorite game for so long as a child. When I was younger, I loved that game. So that's definitely on the top, and I would love for it to get a remaster. I doubt it ever will. Um, and then holy nostalgia, Batman, and then like the Time Splitters games were a lot of fun when I was younger. I loved like Time Splitters 2 and Time Splitters 3. I never played Time Splitters 1. Time Splitters 2 and Time Splitters 3 were amazing. I would love for those to get a remaster and be brought into like modern technology so that it has online multiplayer and shit like that. Those were great. Modern games, I'm a big fan of like the Warcraft IP and the StarCraft IP. So Blizzard and Bethesda tend to have like a lot of my, but a lot of that comes down to like I love Bethesda games in general. Oblivion was my first. Yeah, I know it's been a while. It's been a while since I streamed SOT. It's been a while since I played it at all, but I definitely do need to play it again. Um, Oblivion was my first like RPG game that I ever played, and that got me into RPGs. But I love the Bethesda games, and then I love the Blizzard games. Uh, so that would be kind of the modern ones. But then there's so many new games that come out so frequently nowadays. It's really hard to say anything's a favorite anymore because I switch around so much. I really loved Oxygen Not Included. Um, the game Reign of Kings, which is dead now, pulled me out of a depressive spiral at one point. But WoW is World of Warcraft, and then the Warcraft RTS games are ones that really like I got super into. I loved the lore, I loved the world. I got really dedicated. Like I read all the books. Um, so yeah, that's kind of hard. But then like I switch around the types of games I play a lot. Um, like especially back when I was still in the military, I would end up playing a lot more FPS games solely because I was so busy, I had so little time. A lot of times I'd get home and maybe have like an hour to myself that it was easy to sit down and play a few matches of a game because the matches are like 10 minutes long, play a few matches of a game, and then like, okay, I got to go to bed, or I got to do this, or I got to do that. So I played a lot of that. Will you get in the fucking... But then, like, now, a lot of times, if I kind of want a relaxed gaming experience that has stuff to do, oddly enough, Red Dead Redemption 2. If I want, like, a really, really relaxed gaming experience that has stuff to do, but it's just kind of like, I can just explore the world and have a good time, I'll play Red Dead Redemption 2. It's really weird, but that's one of them for me. But it's really hard to pick a favorite. It's like, I'm not gonna say it's like picking your favorite kid because that is really undervaluing the value of children in people's lives, I guess. I'm about to die. Do I have health? Yay! I have a lot. I have a lot of games I like. Fuck. I'm gonna have to spawn here and teleport there and then fly. I'm at 498 subs. Very close. What about you, Maria? What's your favorite game and favorite food? Yeah, I might, Melon. I might if we find a time when we can both be on at the same time. That's going to be the big trick. I need to get something heat resistant. I might have to buy that. Otherwise, I will not be able to make it. First, let's grab a van worm so I can fly. And then where is you? Where's the... There you are. You sell stuff that will help me here. In fact, you know what? Everyone in chat right now, tell me your favorite food and game. And I will judge you for it. I will make fun of you if it's a bad choice. Food and game. Favorite type of food and favorite video game. I don't have any of my gold on me. Fuck. Sushi's my favorite food in Terraria, but with the Calamity mod. Weenie and murder, that's super disconcerting. I gotta have another thermal undershirt somewhere. I don't know why I didn't make sure I had 2 of those. I have 2 of a bunch of different stuff, or I have extras of a bunch of different stuff. I don't have 2 of that. Oh. Oh, that is really far away. Okay, but breakfast, anything slaps all the time, then probably any sandbox vibe. I do really, really enjoy sandbox games. I love, like, survival crafting games, especially any one that has a component of growth where there's, like, expansion and you can get things to be more efficient or you can solve more problems. I love Oxygen Not Included. That's not really survival crafting. But I play a lot of Minecraft with when I play Minecraft, I play it really, really modded, so that it just has this upward growth, this upward expansion that makes it get really complicated. But you could still play it without that. So any survival crafting game that has like that sort of technological component, where yes, you can play it just as a casual, fun play, or you can get really in depth. You have an RLCraft server right now? I'm getting ready to start soon. I'm getting ready to start a Minecraft, a really modded Minecraft role-playing server. Heat-resistant metal armor. But yeah, getting ready to start a Minecraft role-playing server. I need to get the channel posted, and then I'm going to have some of the people that are in my Discord server help me build out the roleplay for it and build out some of the stuff for it. Because I have a base roleplay that I want for it, but then help build out the greater lore of the world. And the goal is to have it be like an expanding kind of world. So especially if the community gets bigger and bigger and bigger and more people are doing that, so here okay. Let me explain how I want it to go. I'm gonna stop moving so I can focus on how I'm gonna explain how I want the Minecraft server to go. Is essentially it's gonna be heavily modded. It's gonna have a base level roleplay for it and like some lore built out around the world. But then there will be occasional server resets. It'll be role playing, so everyone will be like in a role play. There'll be an ongoing story that is developing over a season that might be like 60 days or 90 days or something like that. That'll be developing over a season. And then there will be like a dead point for the season. There'll be a point where the season ends. And essentially what I'm going to do is like, okay, the role play growth stops here. You could keep playing on this thing, and then me and the rest of the team will spend an amount of time, however long it takes, to get the next server ready. Get the next server ready, so that that new server will have been impacted by the lore that was developed out in the previous server. So if some massive war starts on the previous server, then I might have like big craters and big stuff like this. If someone summons a god to do this thing, so it'll be like, whatever it is, the next server will have stuff built into it and maybe new mods added to it or new this added to it, new world build added to it. That will include the previous server, the stuff that happened on the previous server. So, and it might be like, hey, this dude built a port, like a small little shitty port at this spot. So what we're going to do is in the in-between time, we're going to make that port huge. Now there's a big port in this area. And then someone built a small little town here. So now this town is huge. And I want to turn it in a way into like an MMORPG almost, like into a massive online world. So I want to find ways to include quests, include limitations. There will be the towns, the cityscapes that will be linked together that will have that will be like maybe no build areas or limited joint areas. Limited joint areas or limited build areas. But I'll get to you in a second, Maria. There'll be limited build areas, and then there'll be the wilderness. And in the town, there will be like police and shit. Like there'll be NPC police. So if you attack someone in the town, you'll get screwed up. But if you got into the wilderness, then you could build your own stuff in those wilderness. But you might come across towns that will be no build areas and or dungeons and shit that might be no build areas. Shit like that. I need to figure out a good way to implement all of it. But that is, yeah, that's I have big goals for the Minecraft server. And then like when a season ends, yes, the roleplay will stop, but I will take the world file and I will publicly post the world file somewhere people can download it so that if they want to keep building in that world, they are more than welcome to. They're more than welcome to continue that world, but the server will reset to a different world. It is huge and ambitious. It is definitely one of the projects that I'm going to have to wait until I have more of a team behind me and money, particularly have money to pay that team to help. Hold on, let me send you, Bam. There. If you get into the Discord, accept the rules, I can get you in on that. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty open to. I need to get a flying pal that is not fire based. Apparently, it's gonna be pretty open to anyone that's in the community to join. Basically, the way like I'm gonna do it, the way that I'm gonna kind of run it, just to mitigate some of the costs for me, because the last time I ran a Minecraft server for the community, it kind of died down a little bit just because people's lives took over and I kind of just forgot about it, kind of thing. And people just stopped, getting onto it as much. Hey, Curio, how you doing? But the way it's going to be just to help mitigate. But the last time I ran a Minecraft server, I ended up to cover the amount of mods, the amount of people that wanted into it. I ended up paying like $50 a month almost. I think it was like 43 something a month to host the server. So it's going to be anyone is welcome to join. Anyone is welcome to join. But if there has to be a limitation on the amount of people that can be in it, the preferential treatment will be given to people that are subscribers or Patreon subscribers. But anyone within the community, whether they are a subscriber or not, will be allowed to join. It's just, if I have to establish a whitelist, like if I have, 100 people that want to join it, but I can only host a server for 20, then those slots will be given the whitelist. They'll get first dibs at being put on the whitelist kind of thing. And I might end up doing like, hey, a special item that has almost no effect, or has very little effect, or something like that. Or make it so there is. I did find a mod. I did find a mod that includes a way to set limited build areas. So they would be the build areas that are, this is where you can build, kind of thing. And like you could, we had that on the previous server. I can't remember what it was. We had that on the previous server just because we had like 10 people on the server, and it was a way to, and it was a fairly large build area. It was a pretty large build area. So it wasn't like, oh, you have this small area to build. But that way people could mark out where they are and it didn't get too crazy. And the big thing that granted was it made it so that person in that build area would be able to set who was allowed to destroy anything in the build area. So it didn't stop people from building in that build area. It didn't stop people from building outside of that build area. They could still build outside of that build area, but it's stopped other people from destroying anything or building anything in that build area. Only the person that owned that build area was able to build into it, and I can't remember what the mod was that did that. But it might be okay if the server, if I can afford to pay for a server that's big enough, the people that are subscribers or Patreon members get a larger one or something like that. Some way to, hey, what's up? That was scary. Yes, love? Mm-hmm. You're goofy. Goofy goober. That's not. I don't think you could charge it with static electricity. I love you. I'm doing pretty good, and yeah, I don't remember if I said thank you for the happy birthday, but thank you. I'm doing pretty good. Having fun, playing some games, coming up with ideas. I need to. What was I coming here for? Oh yes, I was coming here for a Nightwing, I think, because I have a Nightwing saddle, so I can go collect my body. Once I collect my body, I think I'm gonna just switch over because I got the eggs set up. So yeah, once I collect I'm gonna draw those guys back in. I'm gonna get my. Hold on. Bam. I'm gonna get my next set of breeding set up, and then I'm going to switch over to Fault London. Yeah, I live stream Tuesday through Friday, and then on Sunday. But Sunday, sometimes I start late. Sometimes there's Sunday's the day that I'm more likely to skip, just because it is a weekend, and sometimes I need to get stuff done. You are one of the ones I need to get rid of. What is the other one? Oh, okay, that's all of them. Oh, that's great, because I put Beacon in my thing. But I am going to be on tomorrow, yes. And what was it? Started doing, especially if we get enough of the lore built out, is it will start with an amount of mods, but the mods will get slowly more and more technologically advanced or magically advanced depending on how people play. Depending on how the world develops. Like if someone gets really deep into, and I might like make quests in the game. I might like set up quests. Like if this gets accomplished, then the next season will have this, and the next season will have that, and kind of stuff like that. What was, I need to pop up a breeding calculator real quick to remember. I think it was Mosanda and Patalia. So I'm gonna real quick grass, bam. Mosanda, yeah, you were one of the ones I wanted to breed. Bimo Mosanda, come here. Come here, big girl. Yes, you did. Yeah, Skullkid did that. I'm gonna build a castle when you make the Minecraft server. That's usually what I end up doing. Is my... What the fuck? My first go-to is almost always, I'm gonna build a castle, and I'm gonna try to get villagers there. So if you set it up right, and have like the right number of doors, and then you kidnap some villagers and you put them in there, they'll start reproducing in there based on the number of doors you have. So that's usually my go-to when I start a Minecraft server. There was a cool mod that I'll have to look at. I think it's called Origins. I think it's called Origins, but it's a really cool mod. Big lurk now. Catch you later. Okay, appreciate it. Appreciate you coming out. And yeah, if you're in the Discord server, you'll end up seeing when that stuff gets started. But it allowed you to have like a customizable like race to get special abilities. But it became a little bit annoying just because you had to do a lot of management to make sure the race worked right. And make sure that it wasn't overpowered. And you can make custom ones, but then the custom ones would sometimes be overpowered, or abilities wouldn't work on them. Like, for instance, my species was Oni. My species was Oni, so, but like it was supposed to be able to adjust between sizes, but couldn't make that happen because something was going wrong with it. I think it's based on the number of doors you have, or it has some, at least at one point when I last remember checking, it was like based off of the number of doors you had within a range. So it would determine the size of the village based off of like the number of doors within like an area, and then it increased and it looked there, and then if you had a bunch of that, and then it increased and looked there, kind of thing. But I'll be honest, I don't specifically remember if that's still the case, and I don't. That might have just been straight up not true. That might have just been something I looked up on a wiki at one point. And I was like, yeah, this is how it works, and I'm just wrong. Very possible. I'm often wrong. And server crash. Oops. Well, they might have changed it. They might have changed it so that it's based off of doors, or based off of beds. I'm not sure anymore. Where's my breeding calculator? There you are. Yeah, it's just gonna happen. Battalia. I'm gonna get this breeding started. I'm gonna switch over after that's started, and I've reclaimed my body and my supplies. Fuck. Hold on. Fucking Christ. There you go. Masanda. I have this one. These are both artisans. I need a female Patalia to put in there. Male and a female. Bam. Come here. Come here. Bitch. You are female, I think? But then I'll switch over to some Fallout London. Yeah, I completely lost track of everything I was saying, I'll be honest. I be doing that sometimes. My brain does not like to work. I need a male Patalia. Fuck, I need food is what I need. But in order to catch that, I'm going to need to go get my body back. Fucking Christ. Okay. I don't have your thing unlocked. Shit. Oh yes, Nightwing. Or Nighthawk, or whatever it is that is legally distinct from DC Comics. There you are. Isaac, do you know how? Because you're the Minecraft Isaac. Do you know how they reproduce villagers? What is it based on? About to crash again? There we go. How does Minecraft determine the number of villagers or decide to reproduce villagers? I thought it was by the number of doors within a range of the center of the village. Prep for work. Bye, everyone. See you, Skull Kid. Thank you again for the gift subs. But someone is saying it's by the number of beds, and I might very well be wrong. Who knows? Or maybe we're both wrong. Maybe it's just a randomly generated number, and then they keep putting out lies. Thank you again. Thank you for the happy birthday. I'm going the wrong way. No, I'm not. That's very old, and for iron golems, it's bed. Gotcha. Okay, so it is bed. You have to remember, Isaac, I am very old. I was playing the game in some of its earliest incarnations. Oh God, when was the first? I think I was in middle school when I first played the game, and it was way pre-alpha. Like, I want to say... No, I don't want to fight you. I want to say it was before they introduced, like, the music discs. Go away. Yeah, you fucked off. Good. But, Minecraft Isaac here is our resident Minecraft expert. He has also recently begun experimenting with making his own mods for Minecraft and has successfully created a drone. Fuck. Just Beacon could kill those. Beacon could fuck him up. Kill. Fuck him up for me, please. I said, fuck him up for me, please. Attack aggressively. Come on. Okay. I just need you to protect me long enough to go get my body. Bam. Bam. X. Cool. Put that there. Put this shirt on. That there. Bam. Gonna use this. I will set up that thing later. The additional mining facility. Basically, there needs to be 3 beds minimum for 2 villagers to breed, and they need food to breed. Forgot the amount of food. So is it they need like a farm, so they need like cultivated seeds, or do they need food in a box somewhere? These ones are... Accident put 2 males, so you come here. Bam. And then let's get one more Musanda, because I have 2 females, so I have 2... any other male will be good. Ideally a male with some ideal trait, but honestly, more than likely, they're just going to be ground down, so... Bam. No, come here. You just toss them potatoes or something and they'll breed? Yeah, that used to not be the case. You used to not be able to breed them, and the only way was to get them to kind of form naturally. And the way that I was always told to do that was just, yeah, have X number of doors within a space. But there was no way to, like, force them to breed, and it was kind of RNG a little bit whether or not they would. Come here. Needs to be beds to match the amount of villagers that there are and that will be born. Gotcha. I mean, that makes sense. Each villager needs a bed, so they're not going to spawn without a bed. Come here. Awesome. Successfully breeding. Successfully breeding. Successfully breeding. How much cake do I have? I have at least 62. Then I have some amount in there. So 85 minus 128 is 43. I need 43 more cake. There is 19 being created right now. So that'll get me to 41. Hold on, let me put all this in there. And then hold on. Whatever. Then I need 2 more to be put there. And I'm probably lacking on the milk, but I might get some right now. Nope, just a fuck ton of eggs. Okay, see ya, Isaac. Appreciate ya. And the food you can breed them with is potatoes, carrots, beetroot, and bread. Yeah, we did have that. We had that on the Minecraft server because, again, it was supposed to be very much an RP thing. So, yeah, as you're getting closer and closer, especially if you're trying to do, sneaky shit and raid someone's base or whatever. What am I trying to do right now? Oh, yeah. I'm here, buy 14 more milk, so I can make 2 more cakes. So we did have proximity chat on, but the way that server started, we didn't really get too deeply into the RP. Too much just because of, you know, it was hard getting a lot of people all on at the same time. We had a lot of people playing it for a while. We had a good bit of people playing it for a while, but then it was just... It was right around... We started it, like, right towards the end of August. Which made, like, halfway through August we started it. Which ended up resulting in, like, I was in college, but, and then other people are going back to college, or people's, like, kids were starting school, and blah, blah, so people just lost a lot of time. So it was harder to keep it going. Do I still have fucking mounted torches somewhere? Why do I still have mounted torches somewhere? Whatever, doesn't matter. That's going. They're all breeding. Bam. I'm gonna switch over to some Fall London. Burp. Where you are? There you are. This modified a Fallout 4. Oh my god.
If we are attacked by nuclear weapons, these are the warning sounds you must recognize.
Okay, hold on. Let me...
First, the attack.
I get it. Let me change my Streamlabs. There you go. God damn. But no, the proximity chat was fun, especially if you're trying to be sneaky. And I kind of want to make it... I kind of want to make the rule for the server when it's... At least when it's in RP mode. That you have to be using proximity chat if you're communicating. At the very least, I wanted to set up kind of... If a war starts... If someone starts a war... For whatever reason... It will be set at specific times that this is when combat is happening, just so people don't get screwed over when they're offline, kind of thing. Or just, like, it doesn't make it hard for someone to play because they just keep getting murked. Sorry, responding to comments again. Bam, 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 bam. Fallout London is in fact a mod. Fallout London is a mod. It's a free mod for Fallout 4, recently dropped. And on the note too of the Minecraft servers, I also kind of want to start an Ark Survival Evolved RP server that will be modded to some extent. That game is a little bit less popular, so that might not happen until like I just have kind of money to throw at it just for the hell of it, and people play it, they play it kind of thing, or until I'm popular enough that people will join it because I'm joining it. One of the mods I want to find a mod. Hey, what's up, Dan? How you doing? I want to find a mod. I know it exists, or at least I know it used to exist, because I had it at one point on, but this was, over a decade ago. There was a mod that made it so that you would put, like, a thing in the middle of your village or wherever, and at certain times, at certain intervals, NPCs would spawn and attempt to get there and destroy it. So it turns it into it created a defense aspect to it. So I'd love to find either that mod or a similar mod or a more advanced mod that will allow you to do that and set up at certain intervals. It will attack this thing. It'll try to get to this thing. If it can't path to it, it will try to destroy the stuff in the way. That way you can create a defense aspect for it, and then I'll have like, oh, guess what? On Sundays, it's defend the city day kind of thing. I think that would be a really fun addition to it as well, especially if it had a big enough group of people playing. But how you doing, Dan? The one problem with the Fallout London mod is it likes to get a little bit crashy sometimes, and if I tab down at all, it risks crashing or risks not loading up. I love Ark, but I got too bad of a PC to play it. Yeah, Ark's problem is that it was just poorly coded, because I don't think they planned for it to be as popular as it was, and they didn't plan for growth. So the Ark file is like 350 gigs. It's a huge game, and I think a lot of that just comes down to they didn't properly plan everything they were going to do when they started making it. So the code is very inefficient, and that makes it crashy, it makes it glitchy, and it makes it a little bit harder for some computers to run. But I enjoy it a lot, and I've heard bad things about Ark 2. So I'm hesitant to... Did you do that, love? Oh, I know what's about to happen. Okay, proceed.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, love. I did it. Thank you. I love you. It looks very good. It looks like it tastes good, though, and that's what matters. Yeah. It matters that it tastes good, because those pretty cakes... Have you ever had some of those overly decorated cakes? Because they use an excessive amount of fondant, and fondant tastes like shit. No, fondue is different. Fondue is liquid cheese and shit. Fondant is like this sugary Play-Doh they make that they use to decorate cakes, because it's got some rigidity to it, that they use to decorate cakes. And when you have any of those elaborate structures in a cake, they have like dowel rods in there, so you can't cut into the cake. And you can't do the joke where you slam someone's face into the cake, because you might murder them. But yeah, it's what? Well, eat the cake, you unappreciative dick. I'm gonna eat the cake. It looks really good. I'm just bitching about fancy cakes. I love you. Give me. But yeah, no, fondant tastes like sugary Play-Doh was bad. Yeah, and it looks like sugary Play-Doh. I watched a lot of Cake Boss growing up. Yeah. And thank you, Dad. I'm not happy about 30. I love what I got. There's a ton of super good mods for it. I used to watch them all the time. See ya. I'll be back if you're still streaming. I'm gonna make dinner. Dang, you're getting close. 2 more subs till 500. I know, really fucking close. And have a good dinner, and thank you for coming out. And I'll probably be on for a good bit longer. So, whoopsie daisy, what did I do? The Cake Boss was weird, cause Buddy, the Cake Boss, had like he had a vibe that he was a mafioso. Like the way he talked and acted was as if he was a mafioso, but dude was just making cakes. What quest am I on? I need to return to the ferryman, but I don't fucking know how. Yeah, I am 2 subs away from that mark. Let me check something real quick. Oh yeah, it's getting a good engagement rate. That's really good. That one's doing well. Happy about that. Awesome sauce. Coolsies. Fuck. I honestly, when I was a kid, I never thought that. When I was a kid, I never thought that. I was like, oh, this is just a dude that makes cake. And then I kind of started thinking, as I got older, I was like, is this a money laundering business? Is this for money laundering? But also, if it was, how stupid you have to be to get a TV show for your criminal enterprise. But also, that's also a good cover, because then it gives you an excuse to be places you wouldn't normally be and to hire staff that you wouldn't normally need to staff. So maybe someone's like, their job is, oh, they're a production assistant for the company that's making the Cake Boss show. Like, and it's really just and that's a good way to wash money. You could easily wash money by one of the easy ways to wash money is by giving someone a job that's just a fucking, you know, hey, you're getting paid to do nothing. And charge way more for the cakes, have people buy cakes. It was the same thing. Most of the high art business is money laundering. A lot of the high art and like the you know, really expensive art, it's that expensive because it's money laundering, because art has no intrinsic value, so you can sell it for whatever someone's willing to pay for it. So it'd be really easy to make a cash transaction for $1 million, and when anyone asks, it's like, yeah, I bought this piece of art that I really liked and they were selling for $1 million. So a lot of the art business is money laundering. Where the fuck is the ferryman? I did counter threat finance stuff for a while, and that was always just odd. Which, hey, you're an accountant. You can get a job with the FBI. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you.
Welcome.
But yeah, I get it. I've been fucking busy a lot too, just with that. The most recent video I put out took me like 9 hours to edit. I'm legitimately considering dialing back the number of days I stream. Like, keep my stream times the same length, but number of days I stream, just so I can have, okay, this day is an editing day, and have more of those. And it crashed. But how is things, Dan? How's life? How was the what did you do? You had a thing, I think, or maybe I'm thinking. Oh no, my brain is frozen. In Discord? Okay. pop you in real quick. Hold on. I have to wait for this to go through the whole loading thing, or it won't let me tab over. Love, I appreciate it. Ooh, that is the good wine. Thank you so much. Get a bite out of this. That's really good. Good, thank you. I like the espresso in it. It means I probably won't eat it after too late because espresso, but also it's really good. I love you. My God, why is this being a dick? Well, London likes to be a little bit glitchy, which is I'm not going to complain about glitchiness in a. I might have to alt tab this. I'm not going to complain about glitchiness in a free game or in a free mod that is basically a brand new game. Oh no, there it goes. Okay, now I can pop up Discord. Isaac opened a ticket in the server and just said, "Oh wait, I opened this on accident." What's up, man?
What's up?
Damn paradise. Okay, let's see. Back open.
So this fall.
Hold on, give it a second. Give it 1 second. Okay, there you go.
One.
Okay, what's up?
So Fallout London.
Yeah, it's a free mod that came out for Fallout 4.
Sweet.
Yeah. They some independent studio started working on the mod for Fallout 4 and funded everything entirely through like Patreon and donations, so they released it for free like a week ago ish.
I saw. I just haven't. I've been swamped with shit.
Yeah, it's good. That is a good cake. Yeah, man, it seems like you're busy.
Oh, just shit with the my kids and.
They're not in Florida anymore.
No, they're back and it's summer, so they're doing shit with that. I'm trying to get everything arranged and trying to get my daughter a car and get her license shit figured, straightened out so she can get her license. Trying to figure out how to get my son to get his head out of his ass. And
yeah, not gonna do the military thing anymore.
I don't know what the hell he's gonna do, but he starts paying rent next month.
That is a good way to get them to start hammering down a little bit. Is that rent payment?
Make a decision.
Yep. I like what I've seen some people do where they. But I'm trying to boost up your volume a little bit. I saw some people like talk about like on Facebook and shit like that where they had their kids pay rent when they turned 18, but then they put that all into an account and they're like, here, this is, and had it basically like if you want to put a down payment on a house, if you want to put a down payment on a car, or you want to put a down payment on like renting your own apartment, here's that money.
That's what I intend on doing.
Yeah. Because it forces them to save that money, and then when time comes, it's like, you want to get your own apartment? It's like, I don't have first and last. Here you go.
I figure I'll tell him that. I won't tell him. And then I'll charge him and set it aside. And when he starts talking about moving out or going off on his own,
yeah,
then I'll want to sit down and be like, all right, well, now that you're getting ready and you're saving up to do so, and you're preparing to do it, by the way, here's this.
Yeah, because if you just give them that money outright and say this is your money, they're gonna waste it 9 times out of 10. It's as much good intentions as people might have. The amount of money over my life that I said I was gonna save, that I didn't.
Yes. Well, I actually have a partial plan. What I'd like to do, especially even if he goes in the service, I do have a plan, and it's their first duty station if they do, at their first permanent duty station, or if they stay local or whatever. I want to co-sign for him on a small piece of property and
Mhm.
put like an 800 square foot house on it.
Yeah.
No garage, porch, 800 square foot, 2 bedroom, 1 bath, starter house.
Yeah.
A true starter house.
Yeah.
It looks like I can do it for about 100,000.
Yeah, that's, I mean, depending on the area, because, well, how
Here in
much
Chesapeake.
property? How much property are you talking about? Because, like, Chesapeake land can be expensive, because I was looking at building there for a while.
Yeah, but what I'm looking at, since I'm also talking about a really small house, I'm looking at like 0.2 acres.
Like 10,000 square feet, like a small lot.
Yes,
Yeah.
a small lot, small house, but it's yours.
Yeah. But that also means you get to learn about home ownership and all the charges get associated with that. Your AC went out? Guess how much that costs?
Yep, but at the same token, I looked at the total cost of it would be like $800 a month.
Yeah. I mean, a mortgage that size is pretty doable.
$100,000 would be with everything under everything all told, insurance, everything under $1,000 a month,
Yeah.
which is a lot less than rent.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, in general, a mortgage in an area is less than rent in the area. That's why it's beneficial for someone to have a rental property.
That recently with the cost of homes skyrocketing though they have, it has not been so. They're almost neck and neck.
Yeah, in that case, the way, because when I had my rental property and when I'm still kind of looking at maybe like I talked about taking my home equity and using it to buy a rental property again, I looked at it more so because the advantage you get from renting as opposed to owning is anything that breaks, anything that goes wrong with it, that's not your fucking problem.
That's your problem.
Um,
Yeah.
And as long as your landlord's not a piece of shit, they're going to end up fixing it, so it's going to cost them money. So my property that was a rental property, I broke even, maybe lost a little bit on it when I ended up saying, like, I don't want to deal with this anymore, and just basically signed the mortgage over. But the way I looked at it up until that point was, I'm not making money now, I'm breaking even now. So any profit I make from this needs to go into an account that will fix problems that come up with this. But when the time comes to sell it, I've built X number of years of equity. Yeah.
Even if all you're doing is it's not costing you anything.
Yeah.
If it's not costing you anything to own, it is a net profit
Yeah.
in the long
As
run.
long as you break even, because property always increases in value.
Yeah.
So that was my goal. It just got to the point where I was like, I never did the full math. I either broke even or I lost a little bit of money, but it's getting to the point where it's like I don't want to manage tenants anymore, and shit keeps breaking, and at some point it's gonna end up being a financial drain on me and not something I can break even on.
Well, that's almost the best time to do like turn it over to a property management company.
Yeah, it was.
Because for repairs and stuff, it costs them less to do it because they have people on retainer basically that they use on a regular basis.
Yeah, it was. It would have been good at that point, but I was kind of at a point where I was like, I don't want any more risk with this because.
Hey,
Like I had to drop
there's certain
$5
times
grand
in
on
life-
replacing the cabinets. I was frequently dropping like $750 on fixing the AC, because some of the tenants would pop the AC down to like 60 degrees, 50 degrees in Virginia Beach in the summer.
Not gonna happen.
It-
All it does is run
Yeah.
constantly and wear it out.
And it essentially was freezing itself out, and then blowing a fuse or break. Some component would break consistently, so I was constantly dropping money on that. It's just like this is getting to a point. If there's one big thing that happens, then I'm not going to be able to keep this going. So I was like, right now I might be break even. I'm gonna get rid of it.
There is a certain point where you have to balance risk aversion.
Yep. If I did it now, I would probably honestly hand it over to a property management. I would take it, hand it over to a property management company, Like if I were to buy a property, either hand it over to a property management company or strictly rent to military. Only rent to military, and be like, when you fill this out, you are giving me your NCOIC's information, you are giving me your commander's information. If you fuck me over, I will get my money.
All you have to do, and it's pretty standard to ask for a copy of their orders.
Yeah, it'd be super easy. The risk with that is, if someone like gets deployed or PCS is legally, I have to let them go right away, which is what I would do anyways. I can't hold them to that contract, but either way, the money's it's a safer bet.
In a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Especially if you're part of a good solid set and you have a good record with
Yeah.
the community. The odds of them referring or being on a bulletin
Yeah.
board or whatever, getting it again is higher.
Yeah, I'll just be like, listen, I'll take this. What I would probably do is do the charge first and last thing, but if you get someone to replace you, you get your last back. Even if it's not in that last one, because I have to let you off the lease, but that first and last thing, there's no protection there really. Like if you have someone sign a contract to replace you within that time, then
I hate how people say first and last because it's not first and last.
yeah,
It is a security deposit against damage.
yeah,
Which is capped at, normally in those places, is capped at 1 month's rent.
yeah. It's
And by law, you're normally not allowed to use it as last month's rent.
That was my big problem. I think that got me screwed over a lot was I did not charge that security deposit unless they had a pet, and I charged a very nominal security deposit for a pet. So I was like, no, it'll be fine. It'll be whatever. Nope. Because the
1
number of
month's
people
rent.
that would either damage
Do it.
property or
Yep.
they would do something, they damage property, or they wouldn't be able to, and then they'd just bounce and they'd disappear, and I would never see it again.
Yep, that's why you got to do it.
Yeah. Let me see what this guy has to say. Have you recovered?
Not entirely. But I'm sick of that infirmary.
You also need to make, when you do that, you have to make, and this is a big one that
Feel
a
the
lot
wind
of
on my
small
face.
small landlords
Maybe
make
I'll
a
get
mistake
better.
of, is take that and put it in a interest-bearing
The boy's
account.
stubborn.
Yeah.
If he's going to survive in this
Make
city,
money from it because you can't
maybe
spend
a
it
different
because
strategy
they get that
is.
back.
Yeah. You
He'll
are
need to be
required to
cut
show
down
that you
sooner
have it
or later.
available at any point in time.
Yep.
You can have it.
To give back
It's
to
not
them.
much, but
So
it's
yeah.
reliable.
But
Yeah.
if you're gonna have money sitting around, you should, in fact, make money off of it.
Yeah.
Especially if you put it into one of those accounts that has
I
a
have
limit
no
on the,
objections.
the ones, it's going to be interest bearing, but you can only,
Truthfully,
you know.
it would be
Yeah.
good for my
I've even
conscience.
seen one where they were like, they put it in a
There are places north of the Thames
penalty CD.
Crashing again. I might have to save 70 or 4 for tomorrow because it's being difficult. Yeah. Because then you could take it out right when you need it. So the moment your tenant's like, okay, I'm moving, you can give that to them, but you have to have that security deposit ready for them.
But you have to have it normally normally you have to send a check or a explanation within 30 days of the move out date. You
Yeah.
don't have to have it for them when they leave. You have to have it for them normally within 30 days of after they leave.
Yeah. Switch back to power because Fallout 4 is being or London is being difficult.
And
It's a mod that is basically an entire game.
yeah.
So I'm not gonna get mad at anyone that wants to bitch about it's glitchy as shit. I'm like, yeah, it was
Free.
a free game.
It's free.
What are you
Although, on the
bitching
other
about?
hand, if they moderately successful and moderately nice, that's a pretty, even if it's glitchy as hell, that's a pretty good advertisement set to start your own stuff up.
Oh yeah,
Oh, we made that mod, which is probably what they're doing. They made a big mod,
Yeah.
put it out for free to get a lot of FaceTime and traction.
and legitimately, Bethesda has in the past hired people who made really elaborate mods.
Yes.
There was
yes,
someone who
they
made
have.
that Skyrim mod that was incredibly elaborate, and they hired them on into their studio. So that these people could easily be hired as their own sub studio within Bethesda for
Yes.
this.
Very easily.
Hey, guess who's making the next Fallout game?
Hey, or even if it's just, hey, yo, we would like to hire you to make that an official expansion.
Yeah, we're gonna give you all of our source code that you need to make this
So
work.
you can make it non-buggy and make it a little bit better and turn it into a full-out expansion.
Yeah, and it's wild to me that more studios don't do that, more companies. Because why hasn't Minecraft done that yet? Why has Microsoft not done that with Minecraft yet? Where there are so many mods for Minecraft. In order to play a mod for Minecraft, you have to download this. Now you can do it without doing this, but now the kind of common way to do it is to download this other thing. I think it's called Overwolf, that downloads the mods for you, make sure they're all compatible, and make sure everything's working for you, and then you can play from there.
Yeah, I had.
Why
one
hasn't
before-
Minecraft? Why hasn't Microsoft bought that? Why haven't they bought that yet? Made it official and make it, because now there's two different. I can't remember what they are. It's like Forge and Fabric, two different like mod like operating systems for the mod, I guess. But if Microsoft just bought one of them, made it official, and made all the mods be able to do that, work off of that, and work directly with the software, the mods would get better, and it would allow Microsoft to start like saying, "Hey, if you want this in this game, we own this mod, so you can just it's already built into the game. We are maintaining it, and it is built into the game."
Yeah.
And yeah, it was. I can't remember what mod it was, Curio, but it was a mod that was basically a full-ass expansion to Skyrim. Early in Skyrim's day, before like Legendary number 17 came out. It was a mod early into. Actually, no, I haven't played 76 in a while, and I don't really have anything to do on Power Word right now. Early into their days, and it was an independent guy that made the mod for it. Got voice acting for it, and they're like, you know what? We love this. We're going to hire you. Blizzard would just sue you. Blizzard would just sue you and take ownership. Yeah, I don't know why more of them don't do that, man. I don't it
Yep.
would cost them not a lot, and it would make the audience much happier. And now they would have ownership of those mods, so they can release it as a sold expansion or a DLC, or make it a thing where like, hey, we just bought, like, if Microsoft bought Overwolf and bought all these mod creator kind of things and said, hey, now we own all of this. It's part of a subscription service. If you want access to base, you get this. If you want access to the modded version, you get this. How much are you charging? My ADHD. How much are you charging Dan Jr. for rent? Dan the Third for rent?
I'm not sure yet. I'm thinking something moderately nominal.
Yeah. Enough that he feels it, but not enough that it's going to make his day really, really hard.
Probably 300 or so a month.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
But the side effect also is going to be, but that also means at that 300 a month, I'm going to be like, well, now, bud, you now have to pay for your own car insurance, your own phone.
Yeah.
So here's how much you owe me each month for your utilities, or for the portion of your utilities, for your phone, for your car insurance. I'm going to officially be selling the car to him.
Yeah.
So now
He
you
owns
are now
it.
responsible for taxes, registration.
It's that thing, and it's kind of the same thing I tell my friends when they bitch about rent, when they bitch about how high cost of rent is and stuff. It's like, you don't understand all the extra costs that go into being a fucking adult.
Yeah.
When I was renting that rental property, I was renting them. I rented out, what I did was at the time I was renting out the 3 rooms. I was renting out 3 rooms. Because I was like, I'll keep your prices low. You don't have to worry about getting a roommate. And I'll keep your prices lower than you would normally be. But it allowed me to actually make a little bit more money than if I had rented it to a single family kind of thing.
Yeah.
But that also ended up causing a lot of the problems, because I had some of the roommates, some of the tenants were great, some of them weren't. And I had one of them, she was paying $800 a month That included pet fee. That included, because I don't care what anyone says, your pet will do damage to my property.
Your pet will do damage.
100% will do damage. I'm gonna have to restart Steam apparently because it's being dickish. But I charged her like $800 a month. That included pet fee, that included internet, that included electricity and water. So not a bad deal in this area. Pretty good fucking deal in this area. And that was with the master bedroom. She comes to me one day. I'm coming to drop off something for one of the other tenants, and she's like, "Well, I found a place that's 1 bedroom, 1,000 square foot. I'd have it all to myself, and it's $600 a month." I was like, "Cool, take it."
All right.
I
I wish you
please,
the best of luck.
if you found that, and it's genuine, I am so happy for you, and I'm not going to hold you back from that.
Go for it.
You didn't find that, you're trying to haggle with me. You're trying to haggle with me after the lease was signed. So I told her, I was like, "Hey, if you found that," I put on a really nice voice. "If you found that, dude, that's great. No, take that. Take
That
that
is
right now.
great
Like,
for
I'll
you.
let you off the lease right now." And then all of a sudden, it was like, "Oh, well, I bought this for this place, and I don't need it anymore, and I'm not going to need it in the new place. So you need to pay me for that." It's like, "No, I don't.
Nope.
No, I don't." So yeah, I've had a lot of people I know not understand how much shit costs, because yes, your rent may be $700 a month, but then you have to pay for your internet. You have to pay for see if your internet and utilities are included in it, because they're probably not.
Yep.
You have to pay for internet. You have to pay for utilities. You have to pay for electricity. Here in Virginia Beach area, we have to pay HRSD, which is so fucking stupid. Why am I paying a second company for water? Why am I paying for water in and then paying someone else for water out? That's what HRSD is. It's the sanitation department. Why am I paying water in, water out? Why is that not one bill?
That's pretty normal, though. I'll tell you, around the country, that's pretty normal.
I didn't have that at my apartment in Florida, but I think it might have been there, but it might have just all because all utilities
if
and
you're in an apartment, the sewer is almost always included in the apartment.
yeah, and the price would fluctuate because all the utilities were paid through that apartment through the when rent was paid.
Right.
So it was probably included in there, and I just never noticed that extra charge. So it was, back then it was rent, which this was Miami, so it was $2,000 a month, and then internet. But the moment I had my own house, it was like, yep, nope. To the point where it causes that level of stress of I'm forgetting something. When I go to pay all my bills, I'm like, I know I'm forgetting something. I have a bookmarks folder on my computer that's just all my bills. So I pop that open, and first of the month I pay all my bills. But then HRSD, I don't know if you have the same problem, but HRSD likes to just occasionally not put the bill in. Well, not occasionally. The bill never comes at the same time any month. I never get my HRSD bill at the same time every month. It's always on some random day of the month.
Do you have it set? Do you get the bill and pay it, or you have it set up all automatic and digital?
I get the bill and I pay it. I get it digitally. I don't. I'm paperless, but I get the bill and pay it because after one like 2-3 month period of having all my bills set to auto pay, and then there was a problem, and then I had a bunch of different companies and organizations coming at me saying you owe us the last 2-3 months worth of back pay. It's like, oh, yep, never want to do that again. So I pay now. I don't have any of my bills set to auto. I pay everything manually.
I still have all mine set to auto pay, but I get notifications and I check them off of a list every month that they got paid.
Yeah. I go to the point of why is it failing to link my Bethesda account? What the fuck? I go to the point of I have an Excel spreadsheet that I use to manage my finances. So money in, money out. But then when I go to pay my bills, just because some of them it comes out immediately, sometimes it comes out in 3 to 5 days, et cetera, et cetera. I open up a calculator, I look at exactly how much money I have in my account. I subtract every bill that I pay, and then until I see each one of those bills posted in my account, I use that to know how much money I have. I leave the calculator up on my computer, so I subtract every single bill that I pay. It's like, this says how much money actually exists in my account, or this is how much money I actually have access to, because some of these bills are going to take 3 to 5 days to post.
I will tell you, this has been my habit when I was doing that, and even when I know that it's questionable, and when I was in a little tighter, and my recommendations always is open a second account.
Yeah, I did have that actually.
That is strictly for paying bills, the home bills, and every month you transfer the money to that account for the bill before you pay the bill. And once you get set up to you set up automatic transfer for the amount of the bills, what the average amount is to that to that account. And then when you check your bills when they come in, you can be like, all right, there it is. It's there. And bam, you're done.
I used to do that. I don't know why I stopped doing that.
And then you don't got to worry about, I have to make sure that it might take a few days for it to post. Who cares?
Yeah.
That account is only for bills.
Yeah, I don't know why I stopped doing that, because I actually that used to be what I did. Was I had that second account, and I still have that card too.
See,
But I had
maybe
that second. I should probably, yeah, that would be the smarter
Switch
way to start
back to
doing it.
that.
Yeah.
Because it makes it less stressful. Then you don't got to worry about making sure you leave that money in there until it posts.
Yeah.
That account is only for that.
Yeah. Okay, hold on, it said it's giving me trouble with Vault 76 too. It's not letting me log in.
Maybe it's your computer, yeah.
Oh, there it goes. I don't know what 17th time's the charm. I'm just fucking excited about that getting that tax-free status.
Dude, that's so good for you.
I just got my overage check, which was like $500 some because the tax is paid in June. So.
Oh, you mean for the taxes for the escrow account money?
Yeah, they sent me that. So I
Nice.
got my overage check, and then I'll eventually be getting. I think it's going to be somewhere between. Oh my god! Look at my stream real quick.
Oh shit!
I don't know what this has. I'm going to Google that real quick. Hold on. Because I actually like the look of that. That actually looks very much like one of those Quonset huts.
It looks like an inflatable. That looks nice.
Yeah, I actually like that. I might buy that. What was I saying? Oh yeah. I'm a little annoyed at the fact that my mortgage company was like, yeah, we're not going to actually apply that real estate tax discount until the September payment, despite the fact that it went through about late July, like sometime between the 25th to the 27th of July. I can't remember what the date is. Was when they got everything. It's like, yeah, we're not applying that September. I was like, why? I mean, it's fine, whatever, but like, why? Like, you're just making me wait a little bit more for this? That's hurtful.
If they got it at the end of July, right?
Mm-hmm.
They probably have. Think about it like back in the day in the service, right?
Mm-hmm. Everything's a month behind. Everything is
right, and you had to get something by the 1st of August. You had to get it in by like the 18th of July.
Yeah, everything was always a month behind.
Right, so to get it in for August, you probably had to have it in by like the 15th or 16th of July.
Yeah, I mean that's also similar to the way, like, I can't remember who I had explained this to. One of my exes I had explained this to when she got a new job, and she was like, "But my hours are off." It's like, because you're not getting paid for last week; you're getting paid for the week before that.
Yeah, it all depends. Yeah, it all depends on how they have their hours set up.
Yep. I'm trying to Google what this tent has, but it's not even on the wiki yet. Survival tent, Vault-Tec preeminent. But I like this one.
Yeah.
So anyone else find it amusing that the Vault-Tec survival tent uses a U.S. Army scrap box? I mean, the amount of shit, if you really look deep into it, the amount of shit that these private companies have that is military is not
Yeah.
not that surprising, honestly. Oh, this is free. This is free if you have Fallout first, so I don't even need to worry about buy. I'll just buy it and check it out. Fuck. I was trying to look it up to see if I wanted to buy it, but it's free if you have Fallout first, which means it's probably not great, but whatever. It looks cool.
Yeah. It looks like it has at least a workbench in there of some sort.
I mean, I
So-
have the other one. I have the one that has all the shit that you need. The camping one.
The one that has the ammo box.
It has the ammo box, the special perk chart, the
Yeah.
yeah.
It has cooking, music, the special ammo box, and a workbench. The little, yeah.
Yeah, it's all you need. It's everything you really need.
It is, but I don't like the look of it.
No, it's stupid. It's really stupid. So if this one looks better, then 100% I'm going to go with it.
100%. That one looks a lot better.
Yeah, I and it does look very kind of military in its own way. I mean, it's not a tent that you would have in the military. It's a little bit big for that, but it looks kind of like they
Took
set up a
off the
Quonset
fact
hut.
that
Yeah.
It's like blue. Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like a mini Quonset, which is nice.
I mean, the military would put 8 guys in there, but
Oh, at least.
yeah. Oh, it okay, hold on. It already selected it as my thing, so let me see what this has. I still love explaining to people sometimes that whenever it comes up, like my barracks room was the size of this room, and we had 3 guys in there. We had 3 guys and a broken toilet.
Yeah, we when I lived in the barracks, we didn't have our own toilets. We had communal bathrooms. So
When I was in the barracks in Gulfport, Mississippi, it was a communal bathroom. When I was in the barracks, like when I was going through A school, it was, and I think the only reason we really got this much was because it was an old Navy gateway that had got dilapidated, so they sold it to the government. They sold it to the military and turned it into barracks.
yeah.
So it had.
All right. So what's in your tent there?
Hold on,
What
let's
you
see.
got?
I'm getting attacked. But and I love too because when I was going through training, we were constantly complaining, like every end of section, we'd like, there's black mold in the barracks, there's black mold in everything in the barracks, like there's not black mold, you guys aren't cleaning well enough, blah 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 blah. I found out recently that shortly after I left, they condemned those barracks and built them new barracks.
So what was that melee weapon that sucked, man? You were like,
This is the
Yeah.
headhunter scythe. It's mostly just for looks.
Well, see, mine actually does a decent amount of damage.
Mine does bleeding damage, so it's got 128, but then 184 bleeding damage over 5 seconds, and it does more damage to humans.
Oh yeah, that'll do you.
Okay, so it's got stash box, it's got ammo storage, it's got weapons workbench, it's got tinker's workbench, and it's got scrap box.
It's got 2 workbenches.
Weapon and tinker, yeah. So I don't really need the special thing all too much. So this
No,
is
that-
I'd
that
actually
would be
prefer
the only
this.
change. It doesn't have the special, but that's really the only thing.
Yeah. I very rarely change my special. You change yours a lot more than I do. So this is actually ideal.
Although I like that one better. It's got a bed in it too, like a
Mhm.
bed, not a
Not a sleeping roll.
yeah, not bad.
Okay, thank you, Des. Love you. But yeah, no. I found out later that they condemned our barracks, the barracks that they had us living in. That they swore there was no black mold in, and I don't know if they condemned it or if it got condemned. That they swore there was no black mold in, and started building them a new barracks. And now the new barracks, when I got there, it was a room about the size of this room, with 3 people put into it, and a bathroom attached to each room, but almost every barracks room, the bathroom was the toilet was broken in some sort of way. For us, we had to take a metal wire hanger and form it into a shape so that we could pull the plunger to flush. And that was our big issue. Some of the toilets just didn't work, so there was a communal room that people had to go to the bathroom in.
Hey,
What?
What are you doing on Friday?
Nothing.
Do you want to come over?
Yeah.
Friday?
Potentially. But let's keep track of this tropical storm, because if it turns into, I promised Des, if it turns into a Cat 3 hurricane, we will evacuate. I lived in Florida, so Cat 3 is still not much to me, but
How would it? It's only gonna. I mean,
well,
Debbie
you'll occasionally get them. They'll go back out to the ocean and then they'll curve back in and they'll pick up.
yeah, but it's not. I mean,
It's a tropical
has-
storm. We're fine.
I mean, I wouldn't even. Oh, it is. It is hitting out to sea again. Look at that. How nice.
Yep, but we'll be fine. It's more than
Why
likely
would you want? But the question is, why would you? Where would you go?
Pennsylvania in the mountains. My family's about 5 hours north, but they're 5,000 feet up in the elevation, so hurricanes don't really hit us all that hard.
What's your? Yeah, then it's just rain. But what's your flood zone where you are?
I am right by the ocean, man. We get the flooding. So if I did end up evacuating, it would be everything expensive getting packed into my car and bouncing. But I don't have too much I'm super worried about.
I was just wondering what is your flood zone according to the state?
Ah,
if you know.
shit.
What's your address?
Oh,
shit.
yeah,
you don't wanna say
that's
it.
not.
I'm sorry. I was just suddenly realized we're not just like chatting.
Yeah,
We're
hold on. Let me see. I know I'm in a high flood area, but I'm not in the worst flood area. Let's see.
I'm in the best flooded zone. Although like 100 yards away from me is a zone B, and I'm in zone D.
I'm in enough of a flood zone that all the houses in my neighborhood are actually raised. Probably, if you look at what the actual street level is, we're raised probably about 2 to 3 feet above the street level. They just do it at a nice little curve, so you can't tell. We also can't have basements. Flood zone X.
Are you with the state or with the
FEMA.
FEMA? Okay, that's FEMA's. Yeah, FEMA's is different.
I have no clue what flood zone X means. Last time I looked, I was looking at the states. Flood zone X. The area between the limits of the 1% flood and the 0.2% annual chance flood. Low flood risk, okay. Apparently I'm at a low flood risk. Oh wait, hold on. That's according to Virginia Beach, not according to FEMA. So if they're using different things, which would be fucking stupid, but I wouldn't be surprised. I'm in zone Alpha Echo.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not bad. You're minimal.
Yeah, and I
You're
think
not-
a large part of it is just the fact that they raise stuff up enough.
Well, it also has to do with the drainage in your area and
Yeah.
where the wetlands are. Like you can even find out like what's your elevation.
Not, I think, like 50 feet.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's good
For
elevation, but it's not a lot of elevation.
For around here, that's pretty darn good.
Hold on, let's see if that looks pretty cool. I've never played Fallout 76. It's a good game. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy it a lot. I definitely see why people like don't. But if you don't mind kind of doing the same thing and just like getting on a game, let's fight some stuff. If you enjoy FPS games, for the purpose of doing the same thing again and again, but having fun doing it, then Fallout 76 is for you. But God, I forget that since I use a VPN, if I type in at my address, it'll put me somewhere else in the world. Occasionally, when I try to log into my Google shit, it'll be like, someone's trying to log in from Australia. It's like, no, they're not.
That's me, you dope.
Hold on. Okay, I'm not. I'll figure this shit out later. But yeah, it's good for the area. But again, I'm used to the mountains, man.
Oh no, you're not at 50 feet. You're below 50 feet.
Am I? I might have just been looking at a chart that said within this range, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Elevation map, Virginia Beach. Give me one of those fucking. Give me an MGRS map with all the topography on it, and I'll figure it out. Hold on. Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah, I found out an actual elevation map for flood mapping.
17 feet.
Yeah. I probably was just looking at something that said like between 0 and 50 or something like that.
It looks like you're around between 15 and 20 feet.
Yep, which means it would still have to be a lot of flooding. Would be a problem.
No, see, wonder where I am.
Let's go full butter bar and get lost. And yeah, I woke up with back pain, but that's pretty normal. But no, yeah, so when I got to our barracks, not only did they have all the broken toilets and the rooms were cramped and shit, it didn't come with a TV or anything, which I didn't expect it to. It didn't come with internet. It didn't come with any of that, which is what I expected joining the military. These new barracks, apparently, for the same schoolhouse that I went to, these new barracks come with a 32-inch TV that is wall-mounted, and you get decent internet from Cox for free, included in the barracks. And it's one of these rooms, a room of like this size, same size room apparently, or just the way they described it. They said it's like a 10 by 10, but with only 2 people in it and your own bathroom.
Yep, that's the new.
And there's a level of, I try not to be that guy that's like, well, it sucked for me, so it's got to suck for you. But there's a level of it's got to suck for you, because guess what? When you go on a ship, you're not going to get that. You should get used to it being fucking cramped. When you deploy, you're not going to get that. So training...
Well, I don't know, unless my Air Force buddies, when they
it's
deployed,
different, yeah. Let's
they had
listen.
a
They don't
plasma
count.
screen. This is back in like 2010. He like had a Lazy Boy, a plasma screen.
Oh my god!
And,
On
his
deployment?
room. Yes.
I hate...
Air conditioning, satellite television, a plasma screen, Lazy Boy, a mini fridge, a microwave, and a bed was his room.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
I was like, dude, I was like, don't be, because he was calling me. He was like, what's up? I was like, hey man. He's like, what you doing, man? He's like, I'm just sitting in my room bullshitting. I'm bored. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, the satellite TV's out.
Oh no.
You need to watch your fucking mouth, boy. He's like, what? I was like, I know some guys that are within a mile of you. I can just tell them where you are and that you got hot fucking showers. How about that?
We the best internet we could get was unless you happen to have a good hookup that could get someone in your room, get the Cox guy in your room while you were at school. The best internet you could get was 3 megabits per second down from the Navy Gateway next door.
Yeah, luckily I didn't like ever live in the barracks like for reals back by the time that happened. By the time internet was a big thing, I was always out. So
well, you got married pretty quickly, didn't you?
A couple years, but I was in a lot of schoolhouses, and that was in like '99 and 2000.
They didn't have the Verizon 4G wireless hub back then.
It didn't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have anything. No one had internet in their rooms when
Yep.
I first started. It wasn't a thing.
Yep.
You were lucky if you got cable in your rooms in the barracks.
Well, that's why, and it's still a thing. Like if you go on bases, you'll see all the time they have those recreational centers for troops that are just filled to the brim with computers that have access to the internet, and no one
Yep.
uses them anymore because no one fucking needs it because everyone has pretty ready access to the internet.
At DLI, we had a room set aside in the building that had like 4 or 5 computers in it that had internet, so that you could
Yep.
like an internet cafe. Yep.
Yep.
All right, man. Well, listen, I'm gonna get off here. I gotta run to the store to get some stuff for dinner, but I'm gonna leave your stream up because why not?
Okay, I appreciate it, and yeah, we should be good for Friday. I don't see any reason why not. I'm just with the caveat of if it floods.
Well, yeah, but if you said Cat 3, there's no damn way that.
Oh,
thing's
it's not
turning
going to be a
into
Cat 3. There's no way.
Even if it comes up to be a Cat 1 again before it hits Carolina, it's going to hit Carolina, and within like 2 or 3
Yeah.
hours, be back down to a tropical storm, and then probably a depression by the time we get the rain.
Yeah, it's not going to be a problem,
It's just going to rain its ass off for a few days.
which it's been doing anyways.
We're going to go see. Have you seen the new Deadpool?
Have not, no.
We're going to go see it on Saturday.
Okay, I can be down for that.
Let me find out what times we're looking at.
Okay, let me know.
All right, man. Catch you later.
Yep, see ya.
Bye.
Hello. Hello? Hold on. Do I have my stack? But yeah, no, Fault 76 is a lot of fun. But it is. There is a main quest line. There is a main quest line in Fault 76. That you can do. I haven't even bothered doing it yet. I've done parts of it. But it's like, imagine if you took the Fallout world, the type of Fallout world, like, I just kind of want to do stuff in this world. That's kind of how I play Fallout 76. And then they have events and stuff going off. I'm trying to figure out what is over encumbering me so much. Stack. You there, buddy? Apparently not. Ooh. There you are.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, it happens
I had-
sometimes.
I had Twitch and Discord open up on my phone, and apparently it's too much for it to take.
Yeah, Discord likes to shit the bed for me sometimes for no reason. Even I have powerful computer, and then yesterday I just couldn't get on Discord at all.
Oh, speaking about computer, I've just had to hard reset my fucking computer like 8 times for it finally to kick on and get past the little loading screen before login.
Did you get an error code or anything?
No, it got a little little dot circles that load up.
Yeah.
It's doing that on the black screen, and then it just flat out shut off. I think my power supply might be going.
Yeah, could definitely be power supply.
Which I'm honestly kind of surprised. 10-year-old computer.
It could be
But
a
it's
power
just-
supply. I would, because that could also be potentially a RAM issue. If you have faulty RAM, it can.
No,
It
I
could do
just
that.
installed new RAM like 2 years ago, and the thing is, it has like 48. I think I have like 48 gigs of RAM.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's likely going to be a RAM. And if it was a RAM issue, it'd be more likely to be a RAM issue if while it is turned on, you'll randomly crash. If you randomly blue screen while it's turned on, then okay, maybe check your RAM. But you have 48. You have three cards.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. That's really weird. I didn't know you could do
mean-
that anymore. I didn't know they sold RAM
multiple-
6 it's by themselves.
Again, 10-year-old computer.
That's fair. Anytime I ever buy RAM now, it's always in a 2-pack, even if it's like, I just want to replace this one.
Where the hell do I actually see my computer's settings?
What operating system you have on it?
Windows
Which version of Windows?
10. It's too outdated for 11.
Go to. You should be able to go to just like your control panel, and then there should be I think it's under System and Security, and then System. I always have. I think it's super weird because I have an IT degree, but anytime I want to actually go into like the file tree, I have to Google and remember. I have to Google to remind myself how to go into my file tree to actually look at my components on an individual basis.
Oh, that's because like how Windows has it set up, because your normal person is not going to be very tech savvy to do that.
There is
And they'd rather you
Yeah, there is a level of idiot proof it by not letting people access stuff that they shouldn't be using if they don't know how to.
Okay, I have 24 gigs of RAM with 3 sticks.
So 3/8.
Yep.
Okay. 24 is still a lot. 24 is still really good unless you're really into multitasking.
No, not 3/8. I have
A 16 and 2 4s?
I have 2 10s and what looks like a 4.
I didn't know they came in 10s.
Old ass computer.
What the fuck?
My
I'm seeing, okay, nope, those are 16s. I saw a Google 10 gigabyte RAM card. And it exists. I didn't know that was a fucking thing. Hold on. No, I can't actually find a 10 gigabyte RAM card. On eBay I can, because it's 2700 series. Holy shit, this is old.
Yes, I know. Oh, my dinosaur of a warhorse computer. And the thing is, I got this as a hand-me-down from my.
This is 10 times 1 gigabyte RAM cards, which is more wild to me that someone's selling.
But yeah, so it's just funny because it's like, yes, started a new job and everything. Already kind of have the bills and everything catch up because it's going to be 3 weeks till I get a paycheck and then start getting just regular 2 weeks for this job.
Are you keeping your old job too at the same time? Are you working double or?
No, Asshat. Okay, so what Asshat ended up doing? I'm going to refer to the operational manager as Asshat.
Okay.
Because he is an asshat.
I pieced that together. Yes.
So Asshat, for the last, I would say it's been brain fart. The last 5 months, he's been screwing up, largely because he would schedule guards to work and everything, not tell them, and then when they come in and everything, it's like, "Hey, why aren't you at work?" It's like, "What do you mean by at work? I'm not scheduled. I put you on the schedule," and he would do that so often.
Mm-hmm.
And we would fuss about it. His excuse would be, "Oh, I forgot."
I forgot to put you on the schedule, but I'm going to complain that you're not at work.
No, I forgot to tell you I put you on the schedule, and then I'm going to complain that you're not at work.
So he puts out the schedule, doesn't put you on it, modifies the schedule, tells no one.
No, he puts out the schedule, modifies it, doesn't tell anyone, gets pissed off when you're not there because you don't know.
Yeah, that's some ridiculousness right there.
So what it all came to a head was on Thursday last week, we had one guard for the site. He gave them off, like beginning of the week. This is like last minute thing. He gave them off vacation and everything, approved it so they could go like out of state and all.
Mm-hmm.
And he did not schedule a guard to come in and relieve me.
Yeah.
So I ended up actually doing a double on Thursday.
Yeah.
Then Friday, because it's like, okay, hey, the guard's out of state and everything. I'm expecting, all right, well, hey, he's going to have somebody come in and everything. What it ended up being was nobody came in. And when I called the roving captain, is like the roving supervisor, I'm like, hey, am I going to be here? Are we going to have a repeat of yesterday? What's going on? Where is my relief? His response was, hold on, let me go call ops. Apparently he called him and he's like, yes, he says that there's supposed to be somebody to relieve you. They should be on their way. Okay. An hour goes by, 2 hours go by. I text back, hey, nobody's here and I'm still on site. He's like, what? Hold on. Then he calls ops again, asshat. And apparently with asshat, he had fallen back asleep. He didn't call to make sure that guard was awake coming in for their shift that they had asked for. He put them on a schedule and everything. They were letting known that they were supposed to work. So after that, it's like, yeah, no, fuck you, fuck this company. Well, the company's okay, but fuck you, you fucked up the company. I'm just going to go ahead and I will suffer for 3 weeks till I'm making my entire month's paycheck in every 2 weeks at the new job.
Yeah.
And my family, we've worked out finances and everything to where general thing, my part and everything will be taken care of. And then I'm planning on paying him back once I actually get my paycheck because it's going to be 3 weeks. It's going to be a huge ass paycheck.
Yeah.
Like, if my math is mathing, it's going to be nearly like $2,500 paycheck.
Yeah. Well, I bet they're just the way you've always described them. I bet they're not letting you live that down a little bit.
Kinda, and it's like, whatever. They're like, we understand it's not your fault, but at the
Is
same
this
time, it's
entire
like,
event just glitched?
is the turtle not showing up?
No, it's saying collect cargo from cargo crates, but we can't. The doors aren't open.
You have to get like explosives or some
Yeah,
shit.
but that's its own thing. That's like its own mission that has you do. So it's at the collect cargo from cargo crates. So I feel like what happened probably was
Somebody fucked it up.
either those explosions didn't happen or it just skipped that step because of something, and now it's just like, oh yeah, this event is just going forever.
But no, Asshat's bullshit still continues even to this day. So over the weekend, I washed my uniforms and shit, and I basically yesterday, while I'm at work on lunch, he calls me to be like, hey, are you going to be able to cover the shift tonight? Now, I have for the last month and a half let him know, hey, I'm going to be applying for working at the client site.
Hmm.
If I get it and everything, I'm not going to be able to work because of a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
Okay. And it gets to where it's like that week they basically accept my application. So a month out, I'm letting them know, hey, I'm going to get the physical and everything done and all. I'm pretty sure that I got the job at the client site. Just give you a heads up. If I start working and everything, I'm not going to be able to work both because of a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
Okay. 2 weeks ago, I let him know, hey, I'm going to be leaving the company, or at least have to send me to another site because I will be working on the 5th for the client. I cannot work security and for the client because it's a conflict of interest. Giving you this heads up, so if you still want me to work and everything, I can be part-time. You can figure out, send me to another site or something.
That would be
Okay.
amazing, though, is if you just lied and you accepted a paycheck from both of them for being at the same job. Have you considered crime, Stack? Have you considered crime?
The problem is that when I'm the only guard at night and I'm supposed to be working in the warehouse at night, it's like
They
I
don't
can't
fucking,
be-
like you said, you're the only one there. They don't know. Crime, Stack. Crime.
Yes. But the problem is you do the crime where they don't know you. So they can't be like, wait, aren't you supposed to be over here?
Bro, if a dude could get away for like 10 years outsourcing his damn job to somewhere in India and get paid for it, I'm pretty sure you could do this.
No.
I think he went to
because-
jail, but it took 10 years.
No, I wouldn't be able to because my ass actually did a good job being the only guard at night.
Mm.
To where everybody knew at night, yes, they're Stack. He's got this.
Hmm. Okay, fair.
So it's kind of hard to be like, where's Stack? Stack, what are you doing in here?
Don't worry
Aren't you
about it.
supposed to be out there?
Don't worry about it. I'm fast. I'm fast as fuck, boy. I'm fast as fuck, boy.
So he called me on lunch yesterday and everything. I'm like, hey, I can't work. I told you. He's like, oh, I thought it was next week was going to be next week Friday was going to be your last day. It's like,
Nope.
no, I've been telling you for a month and a half now that pretty sure this is going to be my last day. And for the last 2 weeks, I'm like, you even responded to, hey, if it changes my decision in any way, the site pay is going to be going up to $16.50 within a month. It's not. The security supervisor for the site worked for the same company, got hired for the site, and then has just started working for the client. So when I asked him about it, he's like, no, we're not increasing y'all's pay, like what we're paying and everything.
So he's just fucking lying to you to keep you on.
Yes. And it's like, all right, fine. You know what? No, I'm just going to turn in the uniforms tomorrow. That was yesterday.
Yeah.
So I get off work today. I have the uniforms already in my car and bags and everything. I go up to the job to turn them in and everything. The one office lady walks right past me, gets in her car, drives away at 5 o'clock. And the other person that's in the office, I'm knocking on the door, they're not answering. It's like, what the fuck? So I called the roving supervisor. I'm like, hey, so I'm here. Asshat had told me to drop my uniforms off.
Mm-hmm.
And the other employee here in the office, they're here, their car's here, but nobody's answering the door. Asshat said that they would be here for me to turn the uniforms. Oh, well, okay.
Whoops.
You should have expected this from. It's like, yes, I should have expected it. He's like,
You're
well,
right. You should always
he's
expect incompetence.
He's like, well, you could just throw them away. I'm like, I could, but knowing Asshat, he'd probably do some bullshit like try to charge me for them and everything.
Hmm.
He's like, oh yeah, good point. So what I'm going to do is, when I go back up for more training tomorrow at the client site, my new job, I'm just going to take him to the guard shack, drop him off in there, and leave it at, hey, it's on your site. Get it if you want. If it's not my problem.
Take a picture of it. And like, listen, this is not my fault anymore. If you lose it, you lose it. I returned it to you. You did not retrieve it. That is not my problem. Oh, that's fucking ridiculous, man. People are stupid. I love. Okay, hold on. Let me. Cause I remember when I quit my job. After I signed my contract to join the military, I signed my contract in high school. I signed my contract like early in high school, or early in my senior year of high school. And I was working at Sheetz. I was working at a Sheetz. I went to I at the beginning of the summer. I told my bosses. I put in my 2-month notice. I said I am leaving for boot camp in November. I'm leaving for boot camp in the beginning of November. So I'm quitting at the end of August. So I have like 2 months to spend with friends and family and just kind of relax before joining the military, before being in the military. They're like, okay, cool. Mark, our head manager, had a very bad time. And by bad time, I mean he was just bad at it. Hiring staff. There's very little time. So I found out later that the truck position was a different position. It was categorically a different position with a different pay scale and different like set of responsibilities to sales associate, which is what I was. So, hold on, I'm trying to figure out how to lower my inventory just a skosh. But the truck position was a different position than sales associate, with a different set of responsibilities and a different pay scale. They got paid more, but they only worked 3 days a week. They worked Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday because those were the days truck came in. I didn't know that it was technically a different position with a different pay scale that should have been getting paid more, because Mark would hire someone for truck and then within like a few weeks fire them and then not hire anyone else for months. And in the interim, I would be the one doing truck. Save the store a lot of money because now they're paying someone a lot less to do truck. Because I was getting paid like $9.25 an hour and truck got paid like $18 an hour. And this was, back in the early 2010s when that was a lot. So Mark had a really bad time anytime he had to. I'm going to switch servers because I want to do that real quick. Mark had a really bad time trying to keep anyone on staff. He would frequently hire young, attractive women and then be incredibly creepy, and they would quit. So, hard time keeping staff on.
That's always fun.
Yeah, I put in my several month notice at the beginning of like June or July and said I'm quitting at the end of August. Cool. I already had, and I think I talked about it at one point, I already had a bad experience with, we had an interim manager for a while, an interim manager for my shift for a while, because one of our managers was going to some training, because Sheets treats their employees well, and they will send you to like leadership training that's worth like college credits and shit. But we had one of the managers that was normally on my shift. I don't want to get distracted. I'll tell that story later. But anyways, we had very low staffing. My last few days come up, and also, I'll tell that story later. My last few days come up, and he has not hired anyone else to replace me on my shift. We are down to normally, like, at Sheets, normally on a shift, on, like, the 2 to 10 shift, we would have 5 to 7 people. One of them would be the manager, but we'd have, like, 5 to 7 people, because we'd have at least one person for upfront. We'd have one manager, shift supervisor, to handle all the administrative shit. One person for upfront, and then 2 to 3 people for the MTO section, because we got 2 to 3 people to handle both MTO and cleaning, because we had a pretty high volume. So you would need 2 to 3 people working, and our rule was you could not have an order on the screen for more than 5 minutes. If it was on for more than 5 minutes, if that color turned red, you were in trouble. So we were fast. But we had a lot of people on shift. It got to the point where we had maybe 3 people on shift, including the manager on any given day. So it'd be like me up front, someone on the MTO, and then the manager. Mark just kept not hiring people. My last few days at that workplace at Sheets came up, and Mark calls me. He doesn't even bother to fucking come in and talk to me. He calls me one of the days he knows I'm on shift and says, "Hey, Zach, so I know you said you're putting in your notice, but we really need you to work next week." I said, "No." He said, well, we really do need you to work next week. Like, we don't have any staff. I said, "Mark, you've had so long. I told you at the beginning of the summer that I was quitting at the end of August. You could have hired someone. I haven't seen any new hires in a while." It's like, "Well, it's really hard getting someone to come on and stay." I was like, "Yeah, and maybe you should wonder why people don't want to work for you, don't want to stay working for you." It's like, this is really a team, and this is what it came down to. Is like when he really started getting on it. This is really a team effort, and you're really going to be hurting a lot of your coworkers if you don't work, if you don't pick up some extra shifts until we can hire someone else. And I said, "What are you going to do, Mark? Fire me?" He's like, "Well, that's not the great way to work on it. That doesn't really have a lot of integrity." It's like, I told you, I was joining the military. I was quitting. I was taking off. You didn't hire anyone. Your inability to do your job properly is not my fault and not my problem. And then started this whole guilt trippy thing that went on for a little while, but just could not keep someone on shift, could not hire someone, and then try to like strong arm me into staying working there after I had put in my notice. Like, what the fuck? That was just one list of. I can go on a whole rant someday about the different bosses I had at that workplace that were just awful.
it's always weird how like these employers they'll fuck up, they'll fuck around, and then they basically expect you to, oh yeah, pick up my slack for my incompetence and ineptitude.
That was my favorite thing, though. I will say, like to this day, that's like it's the same thing as the time in the military when I had when I was in the military and I was getting out of the military, so they had me in the supply shop while I was doing all my out processing stuff. The Suppo, the OIC, he had like this 100-pound safe, this big thick. I still have it. This big thick steel safe, that all of like these important documents were in, and he somehow busted the lock on it. He somehow busted the lock so he could not unlock it. And he was like, "Hey," and basically my job, because I wasn't qualified to do supply shit, I wasn't trained to do any of that. So my job was more or less be a handyman and a gopher for the supply shop. If they needed something fixed, if they needed something, retrieved, if they needed someone to drive somewhere, hey, Johnston, can you go do this? Yep, cool. But since I had, a good degree of like know-how when it comes to repairing and fixing stuff, I also, there's some stuff I fixed or some stuff I repaired and stuff they'd have me do like that. Anything that didn't require someone to be specialized to do it, they'd have me do. And one of those things that they had me do was Suppo had this big 100-pound safe that had all the important documents for like administratively. I don't remember all of it is, but it had like some contracts that were signed, some people's paperwork, et cetera, et cetera. And he broke the lock on it, so he couldn't get into it. So he comes to me one day and is like, "Hey, Johnston, what's the chance you know how to crack open a safe?" I was like, one, should I be answering this question? Two, what type of safe? It's like, it's just the 100-pound safe, and he showed me the safe. I was like, oh, that's easy. I could do that. It won't take too long. I did not expect it to be as much, because it looked like a cheap, shitty safe. I did not expect the steel to be as thick as it was. I did not expect it to be as strong as it was. So my first thought was like, okay, I got my drill, I got a tungsten bit on it, and I was going to just fucking drill through the lock. Could not do that. With a metal drilling bit, could not get into it. So he's like, so are you not going to be able to get this open? Because I really don't want to have to call somebody. Like, I really don't want to have to admit that I did this. It's like, don't worry, Suppo. I got you. I'll get it. I went home. Real quick, I grabbed a blacksmith hammer and I didn't have an angle grinder yet, but I had some, I had like a Dremel that had some metal grinding stuff on it. I was like, okay, I'm going to see if I could pop the seam on this. I doubt this is going to work, but this will give me something to do today because I know what I'm going to do next. So I tried to see if I could pop the seam on it. I had a cold metal chisel. I had a blacksmith hammer, and I had a Dremel. So I was trying to pop the seam where the weld was on the top of it. Couldn't get it, but I basically spent all day doing that and taking the cold chisel and the blacksmith hammer and just slowly prying it open. I got it a little bit, but not enough that I'd get it open in any reasonable amount of time. So when I got home, I went and I got, for the first time ever, an angle grinder. A really nice angle grinder. I don't know why I didn't have one yet. I never had a reason for one, but now I always kind of wanted one, but I never had a reason for one, so I never bought one. Now I have a reason for one. So I get to when I get home, I close my garage door. I have it in my garage. I'm cutting off the lid to that safe, and even this angle grinder, it was like a $150, $200 angle grinder. Even that was having trouble busting this safe open. So I'm cutting a little bit of the seam. I'm hammering the lid off a little bit. I'm prying it open enough that we can get the stuff out there. My neighbor, now, this is like 5 or 6 o'clock when I start doing this. It's still light out. I have my garage door closed because even though it's hot, I know it's going to be loud. So I want to make as little noise as possible for the neighbors. My neighbor's wife, the one that's over there pointing in this direction, that I cannot fucking stand him or his wife, comes over and bangs on my garage door. Like, there's still a dent in the garage door to this day where she banged. Bangs on the garage door. She's like, some people are trying to sleep, you know. It's like, and I was just kind of taken back by it. It's just like, ma'am, there was I should have been like, it's fucking 6 o'clock. It's not my fault. You're old as shit and go to bed before the sun goes down. And they're not even that old. They're like 50 or 60. But I was like, just so taken back by it. I was like, ma'am, there's a much politer way that you could have handled that. And she started, rah, 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 and I take the blacksmith hammer and I, as hard as I can against the metal safe. Just, hey, fuck you, asshole, blah, blah. Again, you piece of shit, again. And she's like, fuck you, and leaves. It's like, but I got the safe open. There were sparks flying. I was worried it was going to catch the paper on fire. And that was like one of my best days at work. No, it wasn't. I had a lot of fun doing different stupid stuff that I got to do, but that was just like a fun day where it's just like it knocked one of those things off the bucket list of I got to say I got paid to bust open a safe. I got paid to be a safe cracker, and that's on the same lines as that's all to say. Like at that moment where my manager Mark gave me the opportunity, the perfect opportunity to say to him, "What are you gonna do? Fire me." Was just another tick off the bucket list. He thought he had some power over me. He thought he could strong arm me into working after I'd put in my notice by guilt tripping me. He thought he could say this. He could say that. I already put in my notice. I don't need that fucking job. What are you going to do? Fire me? Perfect. It was beautiful. I loved it.
Since we're talking about shit that we've done in the military, I tactically acquired a refrigerator from the Army.
Tactically or technically?
Tactically.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Story time.
So we were on a field op and everything. This is our 2-week thing, so we're out in 29 Palms.
Mm-hmm.
It's hot as shit out there. And I'm on my vehicle and everything. These Army dudes, they're supposed to secure their tent and everything. They just left their shit wide open, and it's like, okay, so we were told we're the attacking enemy force. we can't take any actual serialized gear, but we have to make it clear that we were in this area. It's like,
this wasn't even the one I was supposed to read.
it's like, that refrigerator, I think that can fit on my vehicle. So me and a couple of my buddies, we go over there. We pick up this. It's not one of the full size fridges, but it's the bigger mini fridge where it still has a separate freezer section. You know the ones I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So it's like maybe 4 feet tall.
Yeah.
And
decent little dorm fridge.
Yep. We pick it up. You have the three of us just walking it out the army bay, like the little army tent and everything. Walk it up into my vehicle. I slap my inverter onto the battery. We plug it in. Cargo strap it down so it doesn't move while it treads it. And we just haul ass
as you do.
We just haul ass out their fucking little tent setup and everything while they were out doing their field op. And I would say maybe like this is roughly 11, 12 o'clock at night when we finally got to our area and we bivouacked, like we made camp for the night and everything there.
Yeah.
I have the first sergeant come over and he's like, Stack? How exactly did you get a whole ass refrigerator in your vehicle? I'm just like, well, you see, First Sergeant, gear drift is a gift. We found it unsecure out in the field.
It is now
and
ours.
And it works? Yes. Don't we have some ice and some water bottles and Gatorades? Wouldn't it be really nice for the Marines if it was nice and cold?
Oh, God.
So, my vehicle for the longest time had a fucking full size, well, not full size, but the fridge just sitting in there, and any field op and everything. It became not serialized gear to my vehicle.
That's fantastic.
The only time it got removed is when I worked with the mechs and we properly wired it up and everything to my battery in my vehicle. It got removed sometime later because that is not military issued gear. Get that shit off it. This
So
is
what?
when
Fuck
we got
you.
This is when we got a new lieutenant for our platoon. It's like,
Mm.
sir, this right here really helps the troops. It really helps the Marines because we can have ice packs and everything. So my vehicle can actually either be set up as the safety vehicle for if we're doing anything. It can be set up also as a command vehicle to where we can make sure we have proper gear and everything. Doc can be on my vehicle, and if he needs to, like, say there's some sort of medicine, insulin, or something like that, how it has to be refrigerated, we have the facility now to do so on my vehicle.
It would be negligent for you to remove this refrigerator from my vehicle.
I do not give a fuck what you're saying. This
Yeah.
shit is not on the fucking gear list of serialized gear that should be on an amphibious assault vehicle. Get this shit off.
You also know what else isn't regulations? Knee pads sewn into your indubs or to your BDUs, but it's a really fucking smart idea.
Yes, I know. I got yelled at that too.
Oh, our command did not care. They're like, yeah, that's fucking smart. As long as you can't see it, as long as it's on the inside. As long as the knee pads
yeah.
are sewn in on the inside and you cannot see them from the outside, that's a great idea. Do that.
The mantra for me in the Marine Corps, what people would say towards me was, "What the fuck, Stack?"
No, I believe it.
And this happened in every variation of the possibility. The amazement, "What the fuck, Stack?" The concern, "What the fuck, Stack?" The just pure hatred, "What the fuck, Stack?"
Or the your Navy boyfriend, what the fuck, Stack?
No, never had the Navy boyfriend one.
Oh. You had a Marine boyfriend, you didn't spring for Navy? You couldn't handle the experience?
I don't know. I don't know what the Navy experience is. And if the Navy experience is like the one Navy person I did date, no thank you. I'm glad I dodged that bullet.
The Navy, you didn't dodge that bullet. You got hit by that bullet and then ran ahead and got hit by it again. You curved that bullet like it was fucking Wanted and got back in line. You were fucking Angelina Jolie and Wanted. You curved the bullet, got everyone with it, and then got in line to get hit yourself. Don't fucking say you dodged that bullet, asshole. It just after a while, bullets hit the ground. That's all that happened. Gravity did you a favor. Dodge that bullet, my ass.
Well, I've told you about my not most recent ex, but the other one that I tried to we tried to
Yeah,
reconnect at
the one we're
beginning of the
talking
year.
about right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that was a bullet dodge because it's like,
You
had I
got
been just a little.
back with her.
Yes, but I didn't get hit by the bullet. I got grazed.
Fair.
Just but a flesh wound.
The first time you got hit by it, the second time it was just a graze.
No, I think the first time was more like I just watched it go right by my eyes. Like, oh, that was close.
Oh,
Oh,
that was
oh
neat.
shit! It got my nose. Bet you can't do it again.
but you can't do it again. Oh my god. Fucking Christ. I mean, we've all had our shitty exes, that's for sure. Mine, I don't think you ever met. Right, like shitty ex. Well, I have a few, but my the one that was just the worst. The one that with
If you're
every other ex, I could say, okay, this is what I did wrong, and that's what they did wrong, and I learned something from this. The one that was like, I didn't learn anything from this, and holy shit, why did I put up with this for so long? Bam, bam. I need more Farragouls to kill. I'm close to level 100 on the season pass. Oh, do you have Fallout first?
I do not. because I knew money was going to be tight.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Especially,
They released a new tent for Fallout First, which is arguably better than the one that was for the season.
oh, I remember. I was still playing when they released it. The problem is that
The Vault-Tec one.
is that the one that has like the Vault-Tec one. That's the one that's better than the camping one, right?
It has the weapons workbench in it as well as the Tinker's workbench.
It's not the camp theme one, is it?
No, it's not camp themed. This one actually looks cool. It looks like a little Quonset hut.
I think that's the camp theme one. Because if it's like this season that you're still doing right now, I played that like this because it's like 2 months ago.
This is not a season.
And
this is just a Fallout First thing. This is not a season reward at all.
oh no,
Yeah.
I have not seen it.
Yeah, this is just a Fallout First rule.
Because like last I was playing Fallout 76 was like 2 months ago, and when this goes back to Asshat, when Asshat fucked up some way, shape, or form so bad that he caused the company to lose the city contract in the city that I am in. He cost the company a $250 million city contract.
Yeah, that's not good.
Somehow he's still employed. And he fucked up so bad to where Securitas underbid the company when they're like, you know what, contract's over. We need someone else. And the company's like, well, we'll pay it again. Securitas underbid this company.
Mm. I don't know much about the security space, so I
Securitas is a pretty shit company that has a record of hiring very underqualified people, basically just finding bodies to fill holes.
I mean, most of security is security theater anyway, so I guess that's fine.
But it's the fact that he lost the contract, he's still employed, and the company is still just slowly going to shit. It's like, holy fuck.
Yeah, that's when you got to cut and run. That is certainly when you're like, you know what? I'm not sticking around for this.
Because the thing is that up until that point, I had literally 15 hours of guaranteed overtime a week and had been that way for almost 6 months.
Yeah.
Until his fuck up cost us the city contracts. It's like, yeah, I'm going to start looking for another job.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just also the risk. Because are you contract or are you an employee with the new job?
Job and I'm an employee of them, and they are an international company.
So I got a little bit of job security there.
Oh, this is not even a job. This is career level stuff.
Yeah. Ideally, you move up in the company, and now you're a head of security department or something along those lines.
I'm not doing security with it. I got out security field. I literally am warehouse worker there. It's like,
oh, okay.
Screw it.
So you're
I literally
moving boxes.
It's going to be more like preparing the boxes and shipments and everything for the clients and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Getting it, and then the whole warehouse also handles the loading it onto trucks, shipping it to the clients and everything.
Are you still night shift?
Yep, still going to be night shift.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Honestly,
it's a little bit more, I guess, less downtime, but that's probably honestly for the best because I could not stand when I had downtime at a job that I couldn't actually do things.
Oh no, I hated it so much because
Yeah.
like that's one thing about being security there. I had so much downtime because I was the only guard there, so I figured out how to over-optimize everything to where on the outside it looks like I'm some super like top flight of the world freaking Air Force One security. In actuality, I've just optimized everything so much to where I could just sit on my ass and do almost nothing, but everything would still be covered,
Yeah.
relaying back to me.
Yeah. No,
I
that's.
never told him how I did it, though. I never told him how I did it, though, so...
Hey, you got to keep those secrets in case you need the job back. No, that's. I mean, yeah, I much prefer because especially like my job in the military, you couldn't have a phone in there. You couldn't have anything in there. So it was very much, if you had downtime, there was nothing you could do with it. It was just time that you didn't have shit to do. So I hated that. I hated having downtime. I was always like, I always wanted to have something to do.
Dude, like, because we only had to make one patrol for the entire shift.
Which is fucking wild.
I know, but the thing is that I hated being so bored. I would just walk around, and to everyone on the outside, it looked like, oh my god, he's super security. He's doing all these patrols and everything. Like, that's also your joke earlier about why couldn't I work both. That's also the other reason.
They're so used to seeing you.
So used to seeing me, and it's like always at random times, random places. Like, oh,
like, bro, I'm just bored. Like, this isn't me being high octane. This is me being bored. I mean, to be fair,
like,
I've definitely had times where like I looked like I was a harder worker, and I'm a hard enough worker, but I looked like I was a harder worker just because I started doing something because there was nothing else to do.
It's like, I learned in the Marine Corps, if you look busy, people think you're busy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's the same reason why I have really bad RBF, is because I learned in the Navy that the easiest way to get from point A to point B the fastest was to walk fast and look pissed. Because if you're walking slowly or you look like you're in a good mood, you're going to pass by someone, they're going to like, hey, Johnston, I need you to do this. But if they raise their head to call your attention and you're walking fast and you look angry as hell, they're like, oh, I'll wait till the next guy. He seems like he's got something to do.
Me in the Marine Corps, I was always angry because I had all these damn knuckleheads.
I mean, I was too, but...
So, I'll do this like another military story if you wanted to clip it and everything.
Okay, sure.
So, when I was in the Marine Corps, I had 30 knuckleheads. And this is before I was even a section leader. The armored vehicles in the Marine Corps only need 3 crewmen. A driver, the crew chief, which is usually also the gunner, and the random ass hat that's in the back, make sure the shit don't flood.
Because you were amphibious assault.
Yes. So, in my case, they took all the knuckleheads of the platoon and slapped them on my track.
Is track like the term for squad or flight?
No, track is literally a term for the vehicle because it's a tracked vehicle.
Gotcha.
So they slapped them all on my vehicle. So I have 30 knuckleheads I am in charge of. These knuckleheads have problems ranging from one dude literally has constant domestic violence BS, but he lives all the way in Washington State. Another dude who
Why do they have you? Because I know the way the Navy does their reservist stations at the very least is that it's generally based around where you fucking live.
Yeah, that's usually how it is, but at the same time, remember, some people get fucked by the recruiters.
Okay.
That's how I got screwed into being amphibious assault. I originally went to boot camp and everything to be an M1A1 tank crewman. While I'm in boot camp,
got big gun.
Like, while I'm in boot camp, they pulled me aside because I joined in 2011.
Yeah.
When I joined, that's when we first started pulling out in Afghanistan, Iraq, and everything like that, because it's like, maybe we beat them into the dirt a little too hard. So they start pulling out and everything. The thing is that they didn't need tanks over there as much anymore.
Yeah, it's mostly asymmetrical urban warfare, so a tank is kind of meh.
So my thing is, I'm in boot camp and they give me an option. They're like, all right, so look, we can do this 2 ways. We can either send you back home. We'll pay you and everything, what you earned and everything here. We send you back home, and then you can at a later date reapply and everything. Go back to the recruiter. We'll send you back through the training and everything, and you'd be here again. And mind you, this is probably at like week, I want to say 8 or 9. So at that point, you've already gone through most of the bullshit. You're literally just like just coming back from the Crucible, so you've gone through most of the bullshit of boot camp.
Mm.
So at that point, you are fully indoctrinated, brainwashed. Yeah, I'm a Marine.
Oh, they
So
get a
my
lot of
option
people on
work-
that. We could send you back, and your family can be really embarrassed about you, or you take this really shitty job as an undesignated seaman, and maybe you can get something else.
No, for me, so they told me I could either be sent back home, then come back and everything, do everything all over again, or they can set me up with Amtraks. Mind you, the only Amtrak term I knew at the time was Amtrak's, like the train. So I'm like,
Oh, I'm gonna be
train?
I'm autistic enough. I like trains.
Not quite that bad. It's more like, oh, okay, trains. Yeah. That's still something I could use work in the civilian world when I get out and
The
everything.
Marines definitely have train conductors. Why wouldn't they?
I don't know what the fuck the Marines really had. So I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll do Amtrak's. So they made me a reservist in Amtrak's. After I get out of like boot camp, I get out of MOS school, or not MOS school, but like
Job school.
basically it's the rifleman school,
Oh,
like
yeah.
basic infantry shit.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you know how to shoot and everything, because every Marine's a rifleman.
Mhm.
So after that, they put me on a plane and everything, sent me out to California. It's like, oh, okay. Well, I guess this is where I'm doing my training and everything. I'm on Pendleton in the cab. And then as we're turning around, going to the Del Mar area, the taxi driver goes, and right there, that's an Amtrak. It's like, I'd look over like, what the fuck is that?
That's not a train. Sir,
It's like,
sir, I know
It's
what
like-
trains are. I grew up in Portsmouth. There's a big fucking train there. I know what trains are.
yeah, I'm like,
I fucking hate
that's-
that train.
that's-
I fucking hate
like,
that
that's
train,
not
by
a
the way.
train. I've never been on it, so I don't know.
I've never been on it. I've been stuck at a railroad crossing because of that fucking thing for an hour.
But it's like, I'm like, that's a weird ass train. Like, I thought it was a train. He's like, no. I'm like, but Amtrak. He's like, oh no, Amtrak means amphibious tractor.
It means. It means amphibious tractor. I just figured it meant amphibious tracked vehicle, not tractor.
No, the first amphibious assault vehicle, like the first amphibious tractor. This was like when it first came up, the concept and everything. It was created to rescue people from floods and shit in like the Everglades or something. I don't remember exactly. But
That makes
basically,
sense.
it was they needed the track to be able to actually get through bogs and everything, but they needed to be able to float on the water.
So they put a snorkel and some floaties on a tractor.
More like they just made a tractor into a boat. Like just they just made it into like an open boat, and it's like, ah, yes, the tracks are on the outside. It'll just be able to go through. And the first amphibious tractor.
Okay, fair.
So at that point, I'm just like, amphibious tractor? What the? And from then on, it was just my entire Marine Corps career was, hey, I'm just doing my job. I'm just doing my job, doing it the best I can.
It wasn't the one I wanted. It wasn't
Nope,
the one I
it-
thought I was getting.
Nope. It's just like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, fuck
It's almost reminds me. We had a dude. In boot camp that he was actually our recruit division command, or not recruit division. He was our RPOC. He was our recruit chief petty officer. So he was the recruit that was in charge of the rest of us recruits, and he was an incredibly smart man. He was supposed to go nuke, so nuclear engineer for the Navy. Which is, very high end, very intelligent people, the weirdest motherfuckers you ever meet, very intelligent people. Well,
most autistic motherfuckers you will ever meet.
Yeah. There's a term in the Navy, don't nuke it, because if you're overthinking it, if you're taking the problem like, what's 2 + 2, and you're thinking, well, let's think about what 2 means. Okay, if it's 2, but it's probably 2.3.9765, and then if you do this and blah blah blah, and then if you carry the 7, and then coming up with the most complicated solutions to the simplest problems, that's nuking it. But he was supposed to be a nuke. While we were going through our processes, those of us that got clearances, we were going through the process of getting investigated for our clearances. He got a call to the division and had to talk to someone that explained to him, hey, your uncle that you've never met, that you don't know, that your family fled Africa to escape, is a Nigerian warlord, and we can't give you a clearance. So, your options are you spent the last 5-6 weeks at this point in boot camp. We can send you home. You can keep the amount of pay that you got. You'll be fine. And like you said, maybe you can reapply for the Navy later with a different job. Or we really need bosun's mates right now. Which bosun's mates are basically the people that maintain the ship. It's like if you watch any pirate movie and you see someone sweeping the ship or flying the mast or any of that basic, grunt work, that's a bosun's mate. So he went from going to be a nuclear engineer, very good field, very well paid because they get a lot of special pay and compensation and bonuses, to being a deckhand on a ship because his uncle, who he never met, is a Nigerian warlord.
I can understand that on a personal level. I've told you.
Ah! I almost blew myself up.
Yeah, I'm watching your Twitch. It's slightly delayed, but yep.
That's got to be the best though, because you get to hear me react to something, and be like, "What the fuck did he just do?" Hold on.
All the time. But no, I understand that on a very personal level because, on my father's side of the family, they're white.
Gross. Fucking
Apparently-
gross.
Apparently, I have a great uncle that has connections to a certain supremacy group, and at one point was really high up in the leadership of it.
That's a
it's
weird
like-
thing to find out about your family. That's a really weird thing to discover about your lineage.
I know. My family's just full of surprises on all sides.
All I
But it's
ever
like-
find out is occasionally I'm like, oh yeah, your great uncle, whatever. Yeah, they're in jail for murder right now. It's like, oh, neat.
But no, it's just like, huh.
And that's why you don't know him.
No, it gets weirder because apparently he liked my mother because she was one of the educated ones. His words. So much so to where they sent a weird thing that apparently is supposed to be symbolic of their particular sect and everything. And it's like,
Yeah,
I will just say that he was apparently he was the grand of the group. That is-
Gotcha.
I'm not trying to say it so Twitch doesn't fuck with your stream and shit, but
yeah.
I'm being vague enough to where it's understandable.
No, I figured it out. Yeah.
And it's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's a weird thing to find out about your family. The closest thing I found out about my family to that is one of my great uncles owned a bank, and another of my great uncles went to jail for murder, and is either dead or currently still in jail for murder. So same thing.
That is like my father's side. That's like, huh, okay,
Yeah.
another one.
Oh, I mean, my dad's side too. That the weird thing about the murder one is on my mom's side, and that's the nicest people you ever meet. That's Midwestern country, super sweet to everyone. My dad's side, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we have a bunch of that. They're all a little different.
Which is just so weird.
Why?
Because my father's side is the drug addicts, the not so nice people, they really should be thrown into wood chipper people and everything.
Yeah, it's a lot of my dad's side too.
That's my father's side. My mother's side, they're like the fucking Cosbys. In both good and bad.
Hmm.
But they have money.
Oh
That's
no,
the
neither side of
difference.
my family has money. Neither side of my family has money. My dad was the first one to really have money in any meaningful way, and that was just from, the military pays well when you start making rank. But my dad's side is two of his sisters, two of my aunts are very hardcore druggies. I think one of them is like clean now, but also like has Parkinson's. So that happened. And the other one is we don't know where she is. But when my grandmother died, we had to call the cops. Or no, we almost had to call the cops. We almost had to call the cops when my grandmother was dying. But luckily, my Aunt Vicky's husband was smart enough to like calm her down and beg my dad to not call the cops because they had a warrant out for their arrest in a few different states, and one of them was Oklahoma, the state we were in at the time. So he's like, "Please don't call the cops. Please don't call the cops. I'll make sure she calms down. I'll make sure she stops. Please don't call the cops." And the only reason my dad didn't is because my grandmother was dying in the next room and didn't want to, throw that onto the list of shit she was going through. And then, I don't want to know everything my grandfather's done in his life because some of it will probably horrify me. I like him. I like my grandfather, but he's probably done some stuff.
Yeah. My father was a piece of shit, and I've had to do stuff in my life to where I will take it to my grave.
Yeah. Wait, which way am I going? This way? Haha!
It's like, I don't blame my family for them never knowing of it, and they never will, but
Yeah.
it's like... sometimes it's just like, shit.
Yeah, I get it. What the fuck did that explode for? Oh, I have the explosion thing. No, I get it. Yeah, it's some stuff. If you start, there's a level of. It feels like if you share this information, it's for no one's gain.
No, it's like, if I share this, I'm fucked for life level.
Yeah.
Because my father cheated on my mother with several Navy wives.
Oh. I mean, that is what Navy wives do. They cheat.
And their husbands at times were pissed off.
Hmm.
I'm not going to go into any further detail.
Gotcha.
Because my father was a cowardly little piece of shit, I've had to handle business.
Hmm. What? Come on, Deathclaw, bitch.
You're not going to get the Deathclaw.
Yeah, apparently not. Fuck.
No, what's going to be is like, you're going to have an asshole come run up. Yeah, I got this like one tap finger punch little stick. Or it spawned down here.
Well, they spawn both places a lot of times. Like, I've had it spawn in both places several times. More often than not. I got a chameleon. I keep getting excavator gear, and I don't know why, because I don't need it or want it.
What does excavator gear do?
If you get a full set, you get a plus 100 carrying capacity.
That's it.
Yeah, it's very useful early on, but I pretty quickly powered up to Ultrasight, which apparently the only thing that's better than Ultrasight is T65, but that's kind of in-game.
I have quite a few pieces of T65 just sitting in my storage.
T65 or T60?
T65, the Enclave shit.
How?
Just randomly finding it drops off of shit and everything, doing world events and everything. The thing is that I don't have any of the skills to actually maintain it. I also didn't have any of the skills to actually do anything about it.
Hmm.
So it's just like, okay. Plus, I didn't really use power armor because for what armor at my level and everything it was, power armor, just regular armor is like about the same protection.
You get the extra carry capacity. I mean, it is ultimately a better fit for the most part. Even Randy tried to optimize his. Oh, look! Oh, hey, baby. Mm-hmm. What is wrong with your arms?
Remember the picture I took of you when you loaded in
Yeah.
and your power armor? You were
No,
all
that was
stretched?
Randy. That was Randy.
No, that was you.
No, it wasn't, because I have that picture still, and it wasn't my character model. Because I used it for a thumbnail, which I'm still psyched that I got the thumbnail, or I got the replay to make the thumbnail out of Fallout London punching someone in the face. Because there's been a few times I've been like, I want to make a thumbnail of someone punching someone with someone punching someone in the face, but the only NPC pic or the only pictures I can find for Fallout someone punching someone in the face are all like tied to like big mods or like big like Game Radar or shit like that. It's like I don't want to use one of your things and then have you copyright strike it. So now I have a thumbnail for when I need to do a Fallout NPC punching someone in the face. It's great. Hold on, I'm about to drop my tent so you can see what the new tent is like, because it's a better one.
I mean, it sounds like it's almost as good as the Enclave, like tank one.
I think
Just-
it has the same stuff as the Enclave tank one.
Because the only downside of the tank one is that it only has like the weapon kind of bench. Otherwise, it has just the same basic tent shit.
Yeah.
It's honestly the little like satellite brain fart, the little like research outpost kind of trailer one
Yeah,
that has everything in it.
Yeah. It's the only difference between this one and the camping one is the camping one has the special loadout changer, so you can change your special loadout, but it doesn't have a weapon workbench. And this one has a weapon workbench, but it doesn't have the special loadout thing, which Dan changes his loadout all the time. But that is mostly for when he's going between building and not building, because he has a building loadout.
Yeah,
I don't change my loadout that often.
I only have my two loadouts. My one crafting building one, where it's like extra gear and everything like that.
See, look at this perfect tent. This is amazing, isn't it?
It's not even loaded.
Wow, that was the joke. But yeah, so it looks like a tiny Quonset hut. And then yeah, stash box, storage box, weapon workbench, bed, tinker's workbench, scrap box, cooking station.
It's really cool, but at the same time, I fucking hate it.
I like it. I actually like the look.
It reminds me of the fucking little like hooches that we stayed in 29 Palms.
Yeah, little Quonset hut.
Ours were aluminum cans.
Yeah, I mean that's what Quonset huts generally are. I think it's just sheet aluminum. I'm trying to see. I want to say it's aluminum. No, it's corrugated galvanized steel is what they traditionally are.
You have summoned Des. You said galvanized steel.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if she shows up any minute now. That is here. Say that. But no, it's corrugated galvanized steel. And look, Quonset hut. This is just one with plastic.
Vault-Tec didn't want to spend the money on the steel.
Well, also, this is something that can conceivably, like, when you really look at this, this is something that you could throw on the back of a ruck. Or you could throw this into a ruck. Tight, really fucking tight. Or maybe, like, you and a buddy. You and your battle buddy. One carries the pipes, one carries the tarp. And conceivably carry this in a ruck.
You're forgetting one thing, though. You're in the Fallout universe. So you literally just slapped it onto some power armor.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, I'm
You got
thinking more
Supply
for
Joe over
like
there.
space. Like, Like weight wise, a single person with this on a ruck could probably carry this pretty easily because these pipes maybe all together are 40 or 50 pounds, which is heavier than a ruck normally is, but still.
Dude, you also forget in the Fallout universe they did use the power armor on the moon.
Yeah, well, I mean, just for like space wise, you might want a second one because I don't even with the power armor, I don't think you want it sticking out, 3 feet behind your back. Because yeah, you can carry it, but that's just gonna make movement and agility awkward.
You're in space. Movement and agility is already awkward.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about on fucking space. I hope to God you're not sleeping in a bed on space.
You said the word that triggers the autism. Space.
Space.
Would you like me to tell you about how a SLAM engine actually would work, being a sublight acceleration motor?
Hold on, SLAM engine.
You have SLAM jets, which is what we have right now, but you have the concept of if we actually had faster than light travel, it would be something of a SLAM engine, being a sublight acceleration motor, not quite needing to go to light speed, but at the same time, by going a fraction of it, would allow for actual interplanetary travel within minutes or hours, being more feasible than actually having to go days or months with just what the conventional acceleration with propulsion that we have now.
I mean, the big problem with any level of rapid acceleration is the human body can only take so much acceleration. So right now, I know one of the things they're looking at for getting close to FTL or a fraction of FTL, but for intersolar system travel, is engines that are designed, like nuclear-powered engines that are designed to accelerate at 9.84 meters per second. So accelerate at the speed of gravity, so it would feel perfectly normal to any human being. But if you're consistently accelerating at that, a human wouldn't notice the acceleration because it would feel like gravity, but over time you are moving exceptionally fast.
Yes, it basically is a gradual increase of force accelerating to it.
Yeah, because you don't feel acceleration, or you don't feel speed, you feel acceleration.
They also have a design concept for would be an engine using a laser, since we actually figured out that light has mass and everything, and a laser basically just propels.
Whoa! Don't get Twitter all pissed off at you. Light that's tricky. Light doesn't have mass, but it does have momentum. There's a difference. And yes, to have momentum, you need mass, but we're not going to get into that. I'm not a quantum physicist. Light does not have mass; it has momentum. So yes, light sails are one of the ways that they're talking about doing interplanetary source of travel.
No, not a light sail. It is literally what is essentially an ionic laser, like an ion laser, and it just uses that singular laser to propel.
Oh yeah, because if it has momentum one direction, it's pushing in the other direction.
Yep.
Yeah. But there's a lot of weird ways they think of to do shit like that. Light sails is the most ridiculous one, to be honest.
I just want to count Dooku's ship, that's all.
Yeah.
That shit looked cool as hell. Even in the game No Man's Skies, that's my favorite ship.
I was trying to remember, because I was trying to remember which, because I was getting that confused with Slave 1, or whatever the fuck they're calling it now.
No, Slave 1 was the giant, what is weirdly inverted cockpit ship.
Yeah, Slave 1 was Boba Fett's ship.
On his back,
yeah.
And then just...
It looks...
In space, there is no up and down, so fuck it, it goes straight.
It's such a poorly designed concept for a ship, and I'm convinced that the whole reason it exists is because they wanted his ship to look reminiscent of his helmet. They wanted his ship to look reminiscent of a helmet and reminiscent of a Mandalorian helmet, and that's why Slave 1 exists. I'm convinced that's the sole reason.
But from how its resting position is, it's not a Mandalorian helmet that its design is. Its design is actually closer to that of a Coruscant Guard helmet.
Its design is closer to a fucking a goddamn one of the Trade Federation's droids. One of the Oh god,
Yes,
what was it was called? Trade Federation droid. What was their actual designation?
the B1 battle droid.
Is it B1 Battle Droid?
Yes, because the B2s were the ones that were bulkier that had the little arm mounted thing.
Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
B3s were the roller ones that actually had the shielding and everything.
Yeah. I loved the Rolly droids. The Rolly droids were my favorite as a kid. Every time I watched fucking Phantom Menace, I was super psyched when they came on. When I played,
here come the Rolly boys.
when I played the what was
Battlefront.
it? Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds, which was the RTS. I would always want to go Trade Federation so that I could get the Rolly droids. I'd either go Trade Federation or Gungan.
The Gungan were weird.
I like the Gungan, but I'll say one of the reasons why I don't hate the prequels is largely probably because they were the first ones I watched. I was 5, I think, when Phantom Menace came out. Phantom Menace. I was 5 when Phantom Menace came out. I saw that in theater before I saw any other Star Wars movie. So to me, the prequels didn't introduce anything that makes me hate Star Wars. It was just fun.
I like the prequels because it makes sense. It's like, okay, so you have the Republic, where it basically was technology and everything. There was no oppression, really. So they were able to still have the advancement and everything. Whereas when the Empire take over, the Empire, basically anything that could be used to resist them, they scrapped.
Yeah.
They scrapped any form of resistance and everything, going so far as to actually hamper technological advances and everything, because with the actual Star Destroyers, TIE Fighters, they became the only real ships on the market. Even civilian ships were very heavily regulated, to where a lot of the shipwright companies in the Star Wars universe went out of business. Like, they ceased to exist.
Yeah. But then you look at, and you could watch a lot of videos that talk about this, you can look at the, hold on. Look at, The Mandalorian, which is after the Empire fell, and the state that they're in, compared to, Empire days, where everything was pretty well regulated for the most part. But then you could also counter that by saying, yeah, they're freshly recovering from a war. It's going to take a while to get shit right. I will be right back. I'm back. I know you missed me.
Welcome back. You're a potato.
I am Potato. Yeah, there's no way I'm getting to 150, especially since I have not been playing this much lately. After I got to the tent that I wanted, I was like, okay, I can take a break and start playing other stuff. Apparently, they're releasing a new big update in September that's going to add a lot of stuff, including being able to set up outposts and manage Brahmin caravans. That's going to be interesting. I'm going to really like that, hopefully. But if Bethesda's good at one thing, it's coming up with a great idea, implementing it horribly, and fixing it later.
Or just fucking up all around.
Yeah. But I am actually going to hop off because it's getting 8 o'clock, and Des probably wants to spend some time with me. So
Alrighty.
let me figure out who I am rating real quick.
Gonna be on for a little
Alrighty.
bit longer.
Let me figure out.
Then I gotta go get some sleep.
Yeah.
Death by PowerPoint is fun.
Yeah. No. Fucking. No, it's not.
The thing is, IT still can't get my shit fixed, so
Hmm.
I'm not even actually getting credit for the Death by PowerPoints that I'm doing.
Can they not like retroactively do that?
No.
Oh, well, that's dumb.